Everyone, this is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary Donahue. The next meetings of the authority will be January 10th, 2018 and January 24th, 2018. Keep in mind there's a 3-week gap between this meeting and the next meeting. If you have any cell phones on, please silence them and please take your calls outside. The items will be called in the order they are called, or they're signed in for the most part. First in Buffalo, then in Albany, and then in New York City. Chairman, do you have any announcements before we get going?
Yeah, I just wanted to, well, this is the last meeting of the year, so I wanted to wish everyone a happy holiday, or holidays, and thank you all for your cooperation over the course of the year. You obviously, those of you who come here frequently make my life much easier. So I thank you for your cooperation. I look forward to working with you next year.
All right, then, we're going to start with an item in New York City. It's item 2790. It is request by Counsel's Office for an emergency order of summary suspension with respect to 502 Bar Restaurant Corp.
Good morning. Counsel's Office is before you requesting that you issue an order of an emergency summary order of suspension with regard to 502 Bar Restaurant Corp., which is located at 17013 Jamaica Avenue in Jamaica, New York. The reason we're making this application is that in an incident that was reported in the news recently, a fellow named Froylan Salinas, who has in effect been controlling and operating this bar, on December 11th, drove his van onto a sidewalk and intentionally struck 2 of the patrons of the bar with his van. It appears that the reason Mr. Salinas did this is because he was engaging in some self-help because he felt that these 2 patrons were somehow involved in the stabbing of a security guard in his bar. Mr. Salinas is criminally charged for this offense, and I spoke to the district attorney's office. The case is still pending, and they're investigating it. Aside from this egregious incident that, again, was widely reported, there's been a consistent flow of violent incidents flowing from this location. There have been numerous sales to intoxicated patrons, numerous incidents of employing unlicensed security guards, and other violations. Not only is this premises a focal point, Mr. Salinas is a focal point. He personally has been served with 9 summonses for these offenses and continues to run this bar in spite of this. And what's most concerning is that Mr. Salinas is not on the liquor license. Mr. Salinas does not disclose as a manager. And in fact, Ms. Wanda Valerio, who came before the members in December of 2016 to get her license, made specific representations to you that she was personally going to be involved in every aspect of the management and no one else will be managing this bar. So broadly, these are the reasons we're requesting that this bar be shut down on an emergency basis. Now, in addition to this incident on December 11th, which was terrible, I would also note that our investigators did a joint inspection last weekend to see what was going on there in the wake of this incident. And they found Mr. Salinas still there. I believe Mr. Salinas actually lives above the bar. He's still operating the place, which gives further doubt as to who actually owns the bar, because a responsible owner who sees a manager engaging in this conduct, they'd be hard-pressed to keep them there. So the investigators went in, they found unsecured compressed gas, they found fireworks, there was another unregistered security guard, there was duty-free illicit alcohol on the premises, there were additional summonses issued for no books and records. I believe they've been issued this violation several times. So we don't know exactly where the money is, where they're ordering the liquor. I've contacted various wholesalers. They have no record of this bar, so we don't know where they're buying their liquor. They were issued summonses for failure to maintain general liability insurance, failure to maintain fire extinguisher servicing tags, no junction cord switch box covers. They also had they failed to maintain a roster of guards. They were using an exterior extension cord for permanent wiring. And they also had no affidavit for flame-proofing detector. So there were, there were violations, local rules violations that jeopardized the safety of the patrons. in addition to Mr. Salinas being there, and he's definitely jeopardizing the safety of the patrons. So there was another incident on December 10th involving an employee, which the DA's office is not prosecuting. We're looking into this further. But Mr. Salinas was the subject of that complaint.
Is that what led to the December 11th incident?
I don't believe so. The December 11th incident was a fight between three people directly in front
Oh,
of
it
the
happened
bar.
on the same day?
No, actually, the incident with the employee was on December 10th.
No, I mean, he drove into,
Yes, it was because of the incident involving the security guard and the patron. So there was,
which occurred on the 11th as well?
yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, there's, since the members granted this license, there's been violations nearly every month at this premises. It's a focal point, it's a drain on the resources of the police department, and they're legitimately concerned about this fellow operating it, especially when he tells the police department, the special operations lieutenant, who's a person of some authority, he's repeatedly told the lieutenant he's a co-owner of the bar, and he's not on the license. I'm informed by the district attorney's office that Mr. Salinas does have a criminal record involving violations of the ABCL, so it is unlikely that the liquor authority would have ever issued Mr. Salinas a license, which gives motive for this, for his not being on the license. So for all these reasons, we're requesting that you summarily suspend this license.
Where are the violations of the ABCL were they here? The criminal ones?
The
Or is
criminal
he
ones, I
licensed
believe it-
previously?
I believe it was wholesale possession of liquor without a license. It was some sort of like illegal bottle club type violation that he was
So not at
convicted
this
of.
establishment?
No,
Okay.
yeah.
I
But he does
noticed,
have, at least a misdemeanor record involving ABCL violations.
so Counselor, anything prior to this come our way? I see a stabbing, books and record violations, security guard struck with a bottle, all that kind of stuff earlier this year, actually within a couple of months of the license being approved. Nothing came our way that we knew about this any sooner?
No, nothing came out. I mean, I had a hearing pending already before this latest blow-up. It's scheduled to be in January. But before these incidents, no, nothing else.
What were the fireworks? Do you know?
I didn't get that detail from Investigator Stravali. I know he's involved in the joint inspection. I don't know.
And do we know what relationship he does have with the owner, if any?
Well, he calls her his co-owner. She has told the lieutenant he is merely her manager. I don't know if they have any sort of romantic relationship. That's something that
And
we're investigating.
you said we don't have any books and records. Is there any indication when the investigators went in there where the alcohol is coming from?
They said it was duty-free. They found duty-free alcohol.
Really?
Yeah.
I noticed you didn't charge a veiling. Is that still being investigated?
Yes, I'd like to investigate a little further. But yes, my intention is to charge the availing.
Okay.
I'd like to interview Ms. Valeria.
Anything else?
No.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Is this, I'm sorry, I do have one question. Is this the incident that was in the news a couple of weeks ago of someone being run down on a sidewalk? Is this the same?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I
And
thought
he's
that,
still, and she still has him being either, assuming we take her at her word that he's merely her manager, why is she keeping him there as her manager? I mean, that just in and of itself, that presents a public threat.
all right. Yes, I'm ready to vote. Based on the short, horrendous history of this place, and culminating with the conduct of the professed manager, which we don't have a record for on anything, of running down patrons, I don't think there's too much else to say. I vote to summarily suspend.
I'm going to vote to summarily suspend as well. It's clear that it's a threat to the public safety and welfare. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then we're going to move to Buffalo. First item, 2751, MR Property Holdings LLC.
Good morning. Mark Guglielmi here for the applicant.
Where's the applicant?
She's not here. I'm here on her behalf.
Her father has been a landlord of this premises for 20 years, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Other than being his daughter, has she had any role?
She was, oh, I'm sorry.
Has she had any role in the day-to-day business of this location?
This location, no.
So I'm not going to waste your time here, or mine. This place was canceled twice, and I don't know how many times you've come in here or how many times you've watched these hearings, but to show up to ask for a license on a place we shut down twice, once in 2016, and expect me to grant it without the owner here, you got a better chance of seeing God.
Well, I think.
So you can either adjourn this and bring her back, or I'm going to deny it. You decide what.
Well, with those options, certainly I would adjourn it, but I would like to place on the record that I think if you are already holding prior applicants against this applicant, when the landlord there were no allegations that the landlord was involved in anything resulting in those cancellations.
You can
I
put on
think-
the record whatever you want, but the bottom line is she's going to run this place, and I need to know how she's going to run it. This has been an extreme drain on our resources over the last 3 years on 2 separate occasions, and I'm not going to just reopen it without hearing what she's doing and what she's doing differently.
That's understood, and again, I would just like to note for the record that I think if you're
Next, Tom.
going to put
You want it held over, you want them to vote on it?
Well, I'd like it adjourned, and I'd like.
What's
to
the-
know
what's the
that
date?
you're-
It's over January 10th. Commissioner Ford, you're okay with that?
Yes, yeah.
It's over to January 10th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item in Buffalo, 2699 Steelhead LLC.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Dennis Gahn. I put in a notice of appearance. I'm an attorney in Hamburg, New York. My client is standing right next to me. I see you can see him.
What, Tom, hold on one second. What number was this?
It's 2699. It was an over item.
I got it. Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, my client opened August 2015. He received his liquor license December 30th, 2015. In Olcott, New York, they have a famous day that's reported in all the papers. It's called Polar Bear Plunge. Polar Bear Plunge this particular year attracted 5,000 to 6,000 people. He was unprepared for expecting such a large crowd that came down to his bar. He has nothing in his record. He has nothing in his past. He has a clean criminal record. He's never been in trouble. There's been no news reports on this item with the Liquor Authority. He plans to make many changes to the bar and hopes that the repeat of what happened last Polar Bear Day, when there were 5,000 or 6,000 people crowded together in this small village, he unfortunately opened up the door, a gate to his restaurant that wasn't supposed to be opened. He did that because he was afraid of the number of people in there and the fire authorities. He's going to bring the patio back around to block this as a permanent effort to prevent people from going in and out of the gates. He opened a second bar to try and accommodate people. He used cash tokens, not cash, but tokens at the bar, thinking that was okay. He was doing Jell-O shots, and some people unfortunately went out that gate and took him off the premises. Basically,
Why was he doing Jell-O shots?
Well, he wasn't doing Jell-O shots.
Well, selling them.
The selling them because he didn't know better, Your Honor. He's new to this business. He really wasn't knowledgeable that such an event would have such an effect on his bar, that so many people would come down after this event because he's one of the few places that they can go to in that small town next to on Lake Ontario.
So rather than get people out of the bar, he opened another bar? Is that what you're telling me?
Go ahead if you.
No, sir, not at all.
That's
We
what
were
he just
trying
said,
to-
that he opened another service bar so that you could accommodate the extra flow of crowd that you were trying to alleviate.
We were selling tokens at the original bar, and so that it would take some of the pressure off the main bar, and they could just, without paying, go down with a token and get a beer down below.
At a bar that you weren't licensed to have.
I guess not, no, I was in my building, I thought I was legal.
Like I said, he's new, he's never been in trouble, he's never owned a bar
Well,
before.
he's never been in trouble, but since this has come up, he's in trouble again. Because his license expired and he decided not to renew it. He didn't understand that you had to renew it when it says the date on it that it expires. I mean,
Maybe you can explain it.
Never received a renewal notice, one. from
it's on the
liquor-
license.
Yes, sir, I understand that, but that's in a frame on the wall, and I knew I had picked up my license the 30th of December, 2015, because my first liquor delivery was New Year's Eve, 2015. And so I was under the impression that my license was good right till December 30th. I had no idea at all that it was done November 30th. I had not received a renewal notice. I was waiting for it patiently in the mail, and the second I ended up getting it, I got an email Monday after, from the liquor authority saying this is the only email you will get for this. You have to fill this application out and send it back. I had it done immediately, paid it immediately. I just never, and this isn't, there were two other notices that I never
No,
received.
are we
Liquor
talking about the
authority.
same, are we talking about the same thing?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't know if you've been served with this, but before you walk out of here today, you're going to be served with more charges.
We have, Your Honor, and we've accepted them, and we've.
And that
entered
is
a
for
plea.
serving with an expired license. As I said, the license states on it when it expires,
I understand that.
and you
Completely.
served anyway.
I never knew it was expired because I had received it the 30th
But see,
of
that
December.
there seems to be a pattern here. Everything I'm hearing is you didn't know, you didn't know, you didn't know.
I did not receive a piece of mail for a renewal
It's not our
notice.
job to tell you. It's not our job to tell you that you can't serve Jell-O shots. It's not our job to tell you that you can't have an additional bar. It's not our job to tell you that you can't have 250 people in your bar.
I didn't have 250 people in my
Well,
bar.
whatever you had, it was much more than you were supposed to have. That's your job.
Again, Your Honor, he's just learning. He didn't anticipate or know that there would be 5,000 people descending on this small town for one particular day to take the polar plunge for charity.
Can I also ask an additional question, please?
Sure.
It's my understanding that your location is within 200 feet of a church,
Yes, sir.
and it's my understanding that you use a door regularly that would be within 200 feet of that church.
Absolutely not. You can check on it right now. There's a gate in front of that door. It's there every day, all day, so that no one can use it other than
have
a service
information he is
entrance.
using?
What Jamie told me.
Are we charging him with that too?
I don't know. That Jamie just told me.
I mean, you haven't even been open a year.
No, 2 years, sir.
2 years, yeah.
Oh, I'm
This
sorry,
was a
you're right.
class change in 2015. It wasn't RW before.
How did he get the class change? He said he wasn't using the door.
I'd
Which
have to
he
look
obviously
into it,
is
but
using.
that would be a good assumption.
All right, I don't know.
I put the gate in front of the door so that it couldn't be used by any patrons. The only time it's ever used is by my merchants who bring me in my food.
It's not
or
supposed to
beverages.
be used at all. Ever.
For a service entrance?
Regularly used. Yeah, can't be used.
It can be used as a service entrance.
We're hearing otherwise.
I'm terribly sorry, but that gate has never moved off that door. No
You
one's
wanna
allowed
take
in
it?
it.
Yeah. I want to confer with counsel for a moment. Hate to do this first thing today.
Are back on the record.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, speaking for myself, can we vote now? Or,
If you want to, yep.
oh, that's right, I'm in charge. I'm going to grant reconsideration, and I'm also going to stipulate.
Thank you.
I'm not done yet.
Yes.
I'm also going to stipulate a steep fine of like $10,000. I mean, there's stuff here that you should know about, and as the chairman said, you know, we're not your parents. This is stuff you should know about as a licensee. So as opposed to taking your license away, I'm willing to take $10,000, and hopefully we never see you again. Not for this reason, anyway.
I'll take 12.
$12 it is.
And you have another case already, which obviously, I don't know, I mean, you're welcome to go to hearing on that, but I don't know how you prove you didn't serve after your license expired, so that's gonna be expensive as well. I mean, you can't sit here and come in and tell us you didn't know, you didn't know, you didn't know. That's the worst thing you can come in and say. But good luck.
Thank you.
Michelle, I have no other items in Buffalo.
There's no other items in Buffalo.
Okay, we're going to move to Albany. And the first item is 2770. This is a request for declaratory ruling regarding table service requirement at movie theaters.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioner. Teresa Russo on behalf of Regal Entertainment. Regal Entertainment has substantial experience serving alcohol in their theaters outside of New York. They currently hold 196 licenses across 26 states and have a very strong compliance record. Their alcohol policy consists of only one drink per ID. Their alcohol is served in clear cups, so they're easily distinguishable from soft drinks. Their staff receives extensive alcohol training, and their on-site managers and staff closely monitor the auditoriums. Regal considering opening new theaters in New York and renovating some of their existing theaters to include luxury recliners, meals, and alcohol service. They wanted to come to the SLA while they were in construction on their new proposed service model. Their plan contemplates having fully staffed kitchens, serving full meals, and having tables and seats for patrons to consume their meals as previously approved in declaratory rulings by the authority. The one deviation from the former applicants is that they would like patrons to be able to order and receive their food at service stands outside the auditoriums and bring them into the auditoriums, much like cafeteria-style restaurants currently operate. In a multi-level...
Is there going to be a limit to the drinks they can order?
Absolutely, only one per ID. So you have to actually physically give your ID and be evaluated.
And what are you going to do in the theaters to make sure they're not passing them?
Within the theaters, there are always people walking around in the theaters. Every 45 minutes, they walk through the theaters to make sure that everyone is, and they have the clear cups so that as the staff is walking through the theaters, they can make sure that the people are of age.
Are you also going to provide wait staff for those people that don't want to go up?
They are not contemplating having wait staff at this point. I think that that's the one distinguishing factor from the other applications is they would like the meals to be served outside the theater because in these multi-level theaters, it's very difficult to get the food from the kitchen into each of the theaters and keep the food hot to maintain the food quality. They also think that if they serve the food and drink outside the theater in the auditorium where it's well lit, that they can better evaluate the patrons before selling them a second drink.
Okay. Are you all right with it?
And
All right. I'm good with it.
Yeah, I'll vote to approve.
thank you very much.
Hold on a minute.
Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, my name is Nick Bergman. I'm with Buckman Law Firm. Hello, Teresa.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? I would just, on behalf of our client, Movie Tavern Theaters in upstate New York, I'd just like to make a statement, if possible, an observation, that with respect...
Who's your client?
Movie Tavern, which is in Camillus, New York.
Okay.
Thank you. Just an observation that the statutory language requires there be a full kitchen, a menu, and also staff to be able to service the restaurant. We just are hopeful that the Liquor Authority, in granting this, will add those conditions in so that.
Well, I mean, those conditions are already there, so I don't need to add anything that's already in the statute, and she's fully aware of those conditions. Correct, Ms. Russo?
That's correct.
Yeah. I mean, all we're doing is changing or allowing the change that says that the waiter doesn't have to deliver the food, the people can get it at the counter and bring it to their seat themselves. That's the only difference here.
And that there's an assortment of food? Is that
Yes, it's the same, the law,
Absolutely.
everything else is consistent with what's been going on already.
Thank you very much.
right.
Nothing else is changing.
Okay, appreciate that.
All right, so I'll approve.
Thank you very much. Have a nice holiday.
Thank you, you too.
And Commissioner Ford, you approved
Yes,
it,
I
right?
already did,
Okay. The next item in Albany is 2685 Hunter Foods LLC. I think there's also somebody in New York City for this? Was there anybody in New York City for this 2685 Hunter Foods? Why don't you come on up here?
Yeah, we already pulled it.
2685.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's further down, yeah. Hold on one second. Got it.
Sir, why don't you just, right there for a second, okay? Are you opposing this? Okay.
Can you go to the podium?
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner, members of the board. I'm
Can you
Sean
hold on?
May.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, for the record, I'm Sean May. I represent Hunter Foods LLC. I'm here this morning with the principal, Jamela Dutt.
Okay, and, yeah, sir, who are you?
My name's Gordon Hamilton. I'm the original complainant,
You're who?
the original complainant about
Yeah,
enforcement.
okay, I can't, legally, I'd love to listen to you, but unfortunately, the law doesn't allow me to listen to you because we had a hearing on this, and, or we didn't have a hearing on this. But I can't take testimony because, am I correct? Because there's no one here to cross-examine you. So I can't really take a public comment on this.
Okay, is it possible that we could make it in the future so I could be cross-examined?
Well, they don't want a hearing, and we've made an offer, and they're going to be fined for what they did. So you can certainly send a letter in voicing your objection, and that will be reviewed, but that's about all I can allow you to do.
So I would have been able to do this earlier?
No, you could have certainly sent something in, yes, but at this point, it's a charge that we're giving him a fine. I mean, what would you like us to do?
I would like it to be the original application.
Chairman, I can't take any.
Yeah, legally, I'm not allowed to do it. That's the problem.
We're just past that point already.
We took your complaint and we investigated it, and this is the result of that.
I can't do it now.
No.
Yeah,
You're certainly welcome to send a letter in if you're upset with how it was worked out. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Okay, go ahead, Mr. May.
Thank you, Chairman. This is, as you know, this is a conditional no contest offer for two violations. It's $3,500 offer. I've submitted a statement in mitigation. We'll be relying on that statement today. As I said, we've taken corrective actions and don't anticipate any problems in the future.
All right, can I have 2 minutes, though?
Why are you calling yourself?
Oh, mind your own business.
All right, we're back on the record.
Do you have a relationship with wholesalers now?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Di Crescente, Southern Wine, Glacier. They changed their name.
And is your husband on the payroll now?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, they hired a payroll service and they have an
Heartland.
accountant.
Yeah, Heartland Payroll.
So everything's proper.
All right, well, it's obvious that you have some members of the community who are upset with the way you are operating, so I would
Can we
take
just
that
say
to heart and try to change whatever they're complaining about.
He's a.
Mr. Hamilton's a competitor in a town over, and they've been involved in litigation over the last years or so.
All right, well, I'll accept the offer.
I'll accept 3,500 as well.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
You too.
The next item in Albany is 2782 King Street Mobile, Inc.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, members of the board, Mayor Fakori for King Street Mobile, Inc. How's everybody doing today?
Good. What was your name?
Mayor Fakori, attorney for King Street Mobile, Inc.
How did you find out about this if you defaulted?
Well, Chairman, what happened was we took care of the initial problem, which led to the SLA giving King Street Mobile the charges. So they thought, or they were under the impression that my office was going to handle both matters, which we weren't at that time. So then they finally got the notice, and they were asking what was the outcome, and then my office relayed that we weren't handling it. So fast forward, we're here today to ask to go back to accept the conditional no contest with the $3,500 fine. Again, we handled the tobacco issue, and for some reason they thought we were doing everything, and that wasn't the case. So they ended up hiring us to come here today and to explain what happened and to please.
Well, what happened? You were buying smuggled cigarettes.
How many, too? How much? Doesn't say.
There was a few cartons, I think total of 8 cartons. The employee who got charged with the unstamped cigarettes was charged. We represented them. They paid restitution to the state. The amount was greater than $3,000. I went to New York State, so they resolved that issue. There's one more court appearance in criminal court for the employee.
Is this part of it?
I'm looking at it. It is part of the referral project. Mm-hmm. It is.
Is this what we said we would be doing?
3,500 for the first one. Depends, but we could do 5,000.
I mean, the 8 cartons.
Yeah.
I know, Chairman Bradley, I know that the paperwork that they received, which I reviewed, was whatever the suggested was 3,500. So we're going off of that, or whatever you
That was
suggested.
before we knew it was 8 cartons. That's not a mistake. You're in business selling smuggled cigarettes.
According to, again, the criminal matter won't be resolved till January. I can't go into too much detail, but it was an employee that bought it, and so there was a defense to that. So the employee.
Whoa. Your employee bought 8 cartons of cigarettes and was putting the money from them in his pocket?
No, they made a phone call to the owner.
They was putting them in the register.
No, they made a phone call to the owner.
But am I correct? He would sell the smuggled cigarettes and put the money in the register.
I'm just trying to get you an exact count.
I mean, the criminal thing is irrelevant to me. I'll do 5.
Yeah, 5,000.
That's acceptable. I mean, we weren't.
Well, it doesn't, respectfully, it doesn't matter because it's default. That's the penalty they're imposing.
And the next one is going to be cancellation, so I would suggest you indicate that to them.
And they're very aware of the consequences, and so I'm pretty sure that they learned their lesson. And so.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
You too.
Della, I have nothing else in Albany?
Nothing more.
Okay, thank you. And you can go ahead with that other matter. First item in New York City, 2693, Deli Fuentes, Inc.
Chairman, morning.
Good morning.
This is an application in the village of Hempstead for a grocery store license.
Yeah, and I think we have opposition from the village, so I'm going to hear from him first. Well, can you get to the microphone? And name and your position?
Perry Pettis, Deputy Mayor, Village of Hempstead.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman and Board. We have nothing but problems with this deli. We have about 13 of them in a small 3-block radius. It's a crime area. We have had a murder there right across the street from him, stabbings, shootings. We don't need no more beer or liquor license in the community. We have.
And what types of problems did you have with the deli? This deli, do you know?
There were, at one time, we had gambling, cigarettes, pool tables. Every one of these bodegas, I'm having a lot of problems with them. They're turning them into clubs. They don't want to close. They want to open all night and drink all night. And we have 4 right across the street from each other with liquor license. We just don't need any more liquor licenses. It's a crime area. It's very bad over there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, he was granted the village business license. He has that. And since he's been operating the place.
Well, a village license doesn't mean you should be selling beer.
If they didn't want a deli there, they should never give the license, but they did. But he's been operating.
He didn't say he didn't want a deli, he didn't want a club, is what he said.
Yeah, he's not operating a club. He's running.
Well, previously it was canceled, which leads me to,
Well, he's been operating a place since he took over I think in June. He opens at 5 o'clock in the morning, he serves breakfast, and he closes at 10 o'clock. He doesn't operate after 10 o'clock, and we'll stipulate to that. He has no gambling devices on the premises. It's strictly, I was in there, it's strictly a deli operation, service of food.
This license there before was just closed, 10/24/2016. Okay. I answered my own question.
why did he leave Court Street Deli? Do we have anything on Court Street Deli?
He was working there.
I know he was working there.
Because he was going to buy this business.
Let me see.
He's running, since he's been there, he's running a good, clean operation. I think, you should give him the chance. If something develops, then, they can cancel his license, but, he's running a good, clean operation. It's strictly a deli operation.
I don't see anything on
Not
Court
open
Street.
late, he closes at 10.
No, I don't.
And he's been running it since when now? I'm sorry.
Huh?
How long has he been here?
Yeah, since, when, in June? June, yeah.
June of this year.
He opens at 5 o'clock in the morning, serves breakfast, and he closes at 10. He's not running a disco or no dance or anything like that. It's-
Well, because there's no alcohol.
Right, but they can still do it if they want to. He's running, he's trying to run a clean operation.
How do you find this place?
I think the seller's attorney.
Well,
Eli
also, just to clarify what's in your documents, the seller is holding the deferred funds as a note.
115.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that. I'm going to deny. The village clearly does not want it. They have safety concerns, as do I. The former owner has way too much interest in this with a $115,000 loan on a $121,000 price. So
I'm going to deny as well, based on the fact that town is against it. So am I.
Mr. Pettis, you're here on another matter too, right? Yes. Okay, the next item then is going to be 2750, Abreu Grocery NY Corp. Sorry, Abreu Grocery NY Corp.
Had we pulled it before or not? Yeah, we did. 2750?
It looks like it's just Mr. Pettis.
Yes, we did.
did we already pull it?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, it's for later on.
$27.50. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay.
Was the licensee here or no?
No,
The applicant?
the only person who signed in was the deputy mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
This location.
Can you just put your name on again? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Because these things are
Terry
inventory.
Pettis, Deputy Mayor of Village of Hempstead.
Thanks.
This location, you have closed up for illegal cigarettes, gambling, the same thing, drugs. The police have raided it. They had it as a Herbalife, and he doesn't even have a business license. They took the curtains down and made a deli. And that's another area that we're having problems, and a lot of clubs on that block.
And we canceled it in August of this year for untaxed cigarettes, improper conduct, gambling, drug activity, consumption on premises. The applicant has no experience in the liquor business. I'll vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and the board.
All right, the next items, 2786 and 87, and a related item, 2788, Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits of Upstate New York LLC.
'86.
It's 2786 and 87, which is one item, and then 88, which is a separate item.
They're way at the bottom.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley and Commissioner Ford. My name is Nicholas Bergman. I'm with Buckman Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of Southern Glazers. With me, I have Senior Counsel Allison Herman, who's responsible for national duties for Southern Glazers based out of Miami.
So I just wanted to kick us off to kind of give an overview of everything that we have up to this point. And I just wanted to obviously start with a thank you again for all the cooperation and work we've been able to do together. I know that we've all put in a lot of time and effort to get to this point, and so for that I'm very grateful. Of course, absolutely. A very brief overview of where we are today, and I will turn everything over to the members. At this point, it's my understanding that Southern Glacier is entering into a $3.5 million conditional no contest to be applied as follows. On the Syracuse license of 2606361 for 6 charges of discriminatory sales, there will be a $600,000 penalty. On the Albany license of 2165244, there will be 25 charges under the 2006 consent order for gifts and services, and 5 charges for books and records. For this, there will be a $2.9 million offer of conditional no contest civil penalty, of which $1.0 million will be suspended for 12 months. That suspension is in consideration of our continued cooperation together, as well as the integration of an industry-leading corporate compliance agreement, which from, I believe, our understanding, we're about 99% there and getting it done. It includes a quarterly reporting to the authority. It includes a code of business conduct and ethics that I think is industry-leading. It includes a corporate compliance program as a whole. And with that, over the next 12 months, we'll be working together on this and some other items. I know, like I said, we're about 99% done with what those documents look like. We should be able to wrap those up, I'd say, within the next week or so. And my understanding there, excuse me, and that's absolutely correct. I misspoke. It's 6 charges of books and records. Excuse me. Thank you, Tom. With that, I don't want to say too much more because I think that's what we've come to and that's what we've worked on for the last couple of weeks.
So is it correct in saying that even though these charges seem to be split amongst licenses, the activities were going on among both licensees?
I don't know if I'd say that necessarily. I think that, especially when it comes to the sales, my understanding is that Syracuse really runs computer operations in some ways, and therefore that's why it seemed to make the most sense to apply the questions of the discriminatory sales to the Syracuse license. And with some of the other stuff that we were looking at, we really saw that mostly in the Albany area. I think that's a fair way to put that.
I'm wondering how a company of this size lets this kind of activity go on. Because when I first became aware of this, I have to admit, the first question I asked is who's in charge of compliance, because it's apparent they don't have any. So I realize now you are heading in that direction, but my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you had managers, district managers, doing credit card swipes at restaurants, on occasion upwards of $1,000, in order to influence the purchase habits of that restaurant. I mean, would I be fair in saying that that was one of or two of the occurrences that occurred here? How does a credit card expense of $1,000 at a restaurant never be discovered or asked about?
All I can respond to that is to say that the company does take compliance very seriously, has trained on these issues annually and in between annual training.
Well, see, I know you're trained because I know your partner and you do the training, and I'm not talking about training because it's obvious that the stuff that went on here was intentional. So the training, they knew what they were supposed to be doing. That's not the problem. The problem is nobody was watching them. And they were doing whatever they wanted or felt like they needed to do to hit certain numbers. I mean, is that a fair assessment of what occurred here?
Again, just to suggest that what we have worked extremely hard with counsel's office is to prevent something like this from happening in the future.
I know, but Mr. Bergman, you were here. I believe you were doing this when this consent order was entered into. I mean, the part that bothers me is it all bothers me significantly. But the big thing to me is the credit card swipes, which is clearly anti-competitive conduct, and the fact that you were invoicing retailers on occasion for significant amounts of money for products they didn't buy. And it's, to a certain extent, they should be checking their own invoices, and obviously at some point somebody did because we found out about it. But these are your customers. So the fact that you are doing it now because you're here, great. I hope it never happens again. But you got this warning back 10 years or 12 years ago when they did the consent. And it still occurred. That's what I don't understand. You're an enormous company. You have enormous resources. How does something like this occur to the extent that it did?
I would say that this was the exception to the rule. This is not how Southern trains its people, They expect full compliance, and the folks who were involved here frankly cheated the system. They cheated the company.
They cheated their customers.
Their customers, yes.
And this system is set up to avoid these situations. That's why there's this 3-tier system. Your company's existence relies on this 3-tier system, and your employees were jeopardizing that. Not to mention screwing their customers. And a significant amount of money on some occasions.
And I would only add that these were, again, aberrances on how the company's operating procedures have been in place for many, many years. This was
But what,
not-
is there no review of credit card receipts?
But there is.
So how does a district sales manager get away with swiping $1,000? And I'm not saying it was every time 1,000, but I know on several occasions, or a few occasions, it was $1,000. If I went with my credit card, my state credit card, and swiped it for $1,000, I can guarantee you I'd have 12 people calling me within a week asking me what I was spending it on. How does he get away with that and nobody asks a question?
So, for example, with the trade spending advisory, you can spend up to that limit of, or close to that number when you do either private events or trade events or even bar experiences, brand experiences, whatever it is. And the notion is that that's what was itemized on that was what.
So they were
was
filing
listed.
false paperwork. That's so there's no audits of these systems.
There certainly will be a much more extensive audit procedure going into place.
I hope.
Bet there is now.
Yes, but there is audits now, and that procedure is being enhanced and augmented. Again, we will be making quarterly reports in writing to the board about the audit procedures.
I mean, I don't enjoy doing this. This is the largest fine, I believe, that they've ever accepted here, and I don't enjoy doing this. Because I know the only reason it's happening is because a number of people were absolutely ripped off. And that bothers me. Do you have any questions?
I think the chairman is trying to say that.
Trying?
It's clear. Thank you.
It's pretty clear. What he's saying, that the public trust, which we're entrusted here to look out for, has been violated, and as evidenced by the amount of this fine. And he's right. Neither one of us enjoys doing this, but it's a job to do, and we have to do what we have to do.
We certainly hope to fix that.
Well, I mean, that's the thing I think was so shocking to me. If anyone is supposed to be a leader in this area, you're one of the two biggest, you're probably the biggest in the country. This company should be the leader in this, not coming in here taking fines. What did you call this compliance agreement?
Corporate compliance agreement.
This corporate compliance agreement should be something that you should have done years ago. You should be showing the way, not being forced. And you're not. And the people that got hurt here are the smallest business owners. You know, I have family members in the restaurant business. They're not part of this, thank goodness, but they struggle every day for every amount of money that they earn. And your people felt like that they needed to take more from them. And that's bothersome.
We understand. We hope by way of this offer that we can prove to you that with this corporate compliance agreement going forward and continued cooperation, that we will be the leader in
Chairman,
compliance.
just so we're on the same page as far as what you're voting on, the proposal is that for both licensees, the actual civil penalty, we split into two payments, one January 2nd, one July 2nd. With respect to the Albany licensee, there's going to be a suspended penalty. And my question would be, how are we going to monitor that? You want this matter coming back before the board?
No, I think it's clear that council is in regular contact with them, and they're already required to file quarterly reports with the board written. So if you put that on every quarter up until the year is up, I'll acknowledge that we received a written report. They don't need to come back unless there's obviously a problem, which I'm sure I'll hear about.
We'll put it back on the calendar for...
Yes, but there's no need for them to appear.
I'm all right with that.
All right. Do you have any?
No, I would just like to add that I'll reiterate our council's thanks to you for being cooperative.
Yes, it is obvious that did occur the minute that this happened, so I will acknowledge that. I'm going to acknowledge Mr. Riano because it's obvious that this agency is becoming much more aggressive on these types of cases. So I would imagine that you're not going. This won't be the only one. And then there was a number of people that worked on this from our office. Bill Brennan, who was the Associate General Counsel, Ethan Manning, Marty Lipschitz, and Brian McLean. Is that it? Who are investigators. So I want to thank them for this work, and I hope you do clear this up.
Thank you.
Do you,
Thank you, Counsel's Office.
So I'll vote to accept the offer.
I'll vote to accept as well under the terms that they've,
Both offers, right?
Yes.
yes, that they've entered into with council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You.
All right, then the next item, 2725, Angels of the World, Inc.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ford, Max Bookman, Pazetsky and Bookman for the respondent. This is a much smaller conditional no contest offer. It's a $3,000 offer on the condition that the authority
27.25,
withdraw charge number 5, which has been negotiated with counsel's office. Leaving
For
the-
5 or just 4 and 5, right?
The disorderly premises charge.
I think they also agreed to withdraw failure to display the license.
Yes, excuse me.
All right, I'll accept.
Thank you.
I'll accept.
Thank you very much.
Next item, 2737, Authority Sellers, Inc.
Max Bookman, Pazetsky and Bookman. With me is Marty Tackman, the applicant. This is a liquor store application that has what I would submit as a unique public convenience and advantage.
Hold on, let me see if I have any. Are there any opposition here? Nope, go ahead.
This is a liquor store application that I would submit has a very unique public convenience and advantage posture in that it is located within the confines of the Port Authority bus terminal in Midtown Manhattan and is the only liquor store within the confines of that terminal. The Port Authority bus terminal, according to the Port Authority's own numbers, accommodates approximately 250,000 people every day, and that figure surprised me. That is almost the entire city of Buffalo coming in and out of the Port Authority bus terminal every day, and they don't have a liquor store within the confines of that terminal. Not only is that sheer mass of people coming in and out of the terminal, but they're in a hurry. They're typically either going to or from their jobs, and most of these folks who use the terminal are commuters, and they don't have time to spare to do anything other than get into the terminal, maybe spend a few minutes within the terminal, and then catch their bus home, or the opposite if they're coming into the city.
So my question is to your client, and I'm going to ask him to answer me. What he just sold? He opened a liquor store. I'm assuming he opened one in October of 2015. Is that correct? And you just sold it in April?
Well, we didn't sell it, we closed it.
So you closed it. Where was that?
That was in the Freedom Center.
Fulton
downtown,
Center.
Fulton Center downtown.
And why'd you close it?
The promised traffic that just wasn't there. So it was small, and actually I was there this morning as well. Still no traffic.
Yeah, I'm sure you, Mr. Chairman, you'll be familiar with the MTA, when they opened the Fulton Center to much fanfare, promised their tenants within that center that it would be a grand central of downtown and it would have significant foot traffic. That simply did not materialize. Many stores have closed in the Fulton Center, including Mr. Tackman's, compared to the Port Authority bus terminal and established transit center where we know what the foot traffic is. And by the way, most importantly, the Port Authority has written to you asking that you approve this, and their numbers, by their projections, the numbers of foot traffic is in fact going to increase as the years go by.
And you had no issues with us downtown?
That was his only problem was.
And now you've been retired since April and you want to do this?
No, actually I've been retired before then, but I found out the retirement didn't suit me well. I need some activity.
And he's been looking for a place, basically.
Has there never been a store in the Port Authority?
I can't say never. I don't know, never, but
They said
yeah.
never was.
As far as we're aware, there's never been a liquor store.
Would seem like a natural.
Yeah, we agree. The Port Authority states in their letter that they're looking to diversify the retail experience at the bus terminal. This would certainly be a new retail opportunity. By the Port Authority's figures, 30% of their revenue in 2016 came from retail. and they have significant capital expenses, which all benefit the public, addressing their aging infrastructure, addressing the bus terminal's infrastructure. So we think the fact that the Port Authority supports this presents an additional public convenience and advantage argument that a typical private landlord would not, because it would be to the benefit of the state of New York to allow the Port Authority to continue to have the revenue that it needs to improve its infrastructure, and they're telling you that they need this liquor store. And lastly, I would just say I think it's noteworthy that not only are none of the surrounding stores here today, but only one of the 4 surrounding stores submitted any letter in opposition, and it was the standard boilerplate letter in opposition. I think it's noteworthy because what I would take from that is that the surrounding stores realize 2 things. Number one, that there are plenty of customers that use the Port Authority bus terminal to go around. And number 2, that we will not in any way impact their customer base of people who are not currently using the Port Authority bus terminal.
I don't know if I completely agree with that.
Yeah, I don't either.
I mean, you've got 5 stores within 0.3 of a mile.
It's clearly the one that objected, which is Cambridge Wine and Liquors, is going to be affected. Now, whether they're going to be affected more than the additional convenience is the question.
Yeah, I mean,
there's 5 stores within 0.3 miles. 5 of the 5 are showing decrease. No, 4 of the 5 are showing decreased sales, and one's flat.
Well, I would say a few things to that, Mr. Chairman. Number one, we did get a gross sales letter from the 5th store, which was
Shalori, yeah.
And I wasn't going to bring this up unless you did, Mr. Chairman, but we've gotten a gross sales letter from that very licensee in relation to a different liquor store application earlier this year, and their numbers that they're reporting don't match. They're reporting numbers from years 2013, 2014, and 15 that they reported to you in May of this year that were far greater than the numbers for those same years that they reported to you for.
These numbers are greater?
Yeah, if I may have a hand up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ignore their numbers.
That's what I'm saying. This is what you got now, and this is what you got in May.
Okay. Can I keep these?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Right, so they were saying
No,
that the numbers were higher.
Yeah, that's last time.
Earlier this year. As it relates to the other stores, a few points. First, if you look at their sales, all of these stores, with the exception of the first, which I think has its own problems because we've tried to visit it many times and it never seems to be open during the day.
Which one is this?
That's the first one, GM&M Retail Liquor. We attached a photograph that we took in the middle of a weekday, and we've been there twice, and it's looked like that. And if you look at the Yelp reviews of that store online, it seems that they have all sorts of issues. So I would put that store aside. The other remaining stores, they all have sales in excess of $1 million. Cambridge has had sales in excess of $1.6 million from 2013 to 2015. And if you do the math as to what they are reporting for the first half of 2017, they're on track to have their best year yet in 2017.
So what's his business model going to be?
It's going to be a standard liquor store, 80-20, 80 wine, 20 liquor, for the members, for the 250,000 people who use the Port Authority bus terminal every day. The point I was trying to make about other people who don't use the Port Authority bus terminal is that the bus terminal is not Grand Central. It's not the kind of place that people go to unless they are taking a bus or meeting someone who has a bus. So I don't think that the people who live and work in that neighborhood who have no business in the Port Authority bus terminal are now going to patronize Mr. Tackman's store.
Yeah.
They're going to continue patronizing the other stores. It's really just folks in the terminal.
The location is on the second floor as well, it's not on.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true.
That I don't disagree with you, Counselor, but I'm just saying if someone was running late and knew they could just stop at the bus station and get what they're looking for, why wouldn't you? So I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you.
What are they carrying any New York products?
Yeah, that'll be, we plan to have it sectioned off cheese and local.
And about how many? What percentage of your total products?
I can't say, but the New York would probably be about 10% of the total wine.
Okay.
All right. You ready?
Yeah.
This letter from the Port Authority, yes, they did express support to Chairman Bradley and Commissioner Kim.
Yes.
He's not here today. So
He'll be happy his name was mentioned.
He'll be happy his name was mentioned. Gone but not
Bring up
forgotten.
bad memories.
But I fully agree that there is a public convenience and advantage to be met by having one here at such a hub of that amount of people every day. So I vote to approve.
Thank you, and your vote's the one that counts right now, not Mr. Kim's. Appreciate that.
All right. Should I call and ask him? I'll vote to approve as well. I'll hold you to the 10% New York State products that you indicated you will carry. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Assuming he agrees with the 10%.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Have a Happy New Year.
You too.
All right, the next item, 2759, Good Life One LLC.
Morning, morning. Kevin Dano for the applicant.
I'm sorry, hold on one second. What was the number?
2759.
Did we pull this?
Yeah, it's in your,
Okay, go on. Go ahead, Mr. Dano. I'll find it. I know it anyway.
Fifth or sixth down
Amit
from the top.
Vermachineni.
From the top, Vince. Like fifth or sixth down.
First, we're asking for reconsideration, and then we're asking for you to grant the license. So what happened here, my office has filed hundreds of applications before the Liquor Authority. We never had this kind of problem before. Apparently, either notices were sent that were never received by us. We did get I don't want to go through a whole, unless you...
No, and you gave a pretty detailed summary of what occurred.
So basically, we have submitted all the information that has been asked for. The real problem here was that the Community Board, Queens Community Board 2, first wouldn't respond to us no matter how many times we spoke to them. Then they sent stipulations that were not consistent with what was worked out when the applicants were at the Community Board itself.
Because you changed your method of operation, is that correct?
Well, it is correct, but what happened is they started off and they put in the application, and then they decided that they wanted to bring in another managing company and do weddings, as well as just being a restaurant, weddings, bar mitzvahs, bridal showers, that kind of thing. And so we went back to the Community Board and we said to the Community Board that this is what we're intending to do. We don't want to go to the Liquor Authority and have made that, we considered that more of a change than would be appropriate not to go back to the Liquor Authority. So we went back and met with the Community Board. So we went back and met with the Community Board again, explained everything, sat down with them, gave them pictures of what was going on and everything like that. The meeting with the Community Board went really well. There was no real opposition at the Community Board, but then a long period of time went by again with us asking, what do we get from the Community Board? And finally, they sent a stipulation, and the stipulation was inconsistent with what was worked out at the Community Board, so we went back to the Community Board, not physically, but via emails and letters, and said, we'd like some clarification and some changes, because a lot of the things that you're talking about in your stipulation don't make sense based either on what was discussed at the Community Board or in connection with what the intended use is, and were even among themselves didn't make any sense. For instance, they said that they could have hours outside up until 12 o'clock during weekdays and up until 2 o'clock on weekends, but then they put another stipulation, said no food or drink outside. So they're inconsistent.
So these stipulations, the second set of stipulations
Yes,
is
sir.
different than the first?
Yes, yes. So they said that they could do the weddings, but they could do the weddings in a room that doesn't exist, and we don't know what room they're talking about.
So then you ended up getting a deficiency notice from us that you never received, and
Right.
we denied it.
Right. So what I'm asking for is that you reconsider, and then I'm asking that you
I can reconsider. I don't think we're ready to.
No, it would be returned to licensing.
Yeah, because the licensing board is
What's the
what
standing with the
has it.
community board right now? Do you have a letter from the community board that states what you're actually applying for?
Well,
Or am I to piece them together between the different community board letters?
The problem is that the Community Board doesn't respond to us.
Oh, you still haven't heard from them?
Well, they sent us the stipulation. After we sent us the stipulation, we wrote to them and they said, these are the problems with the stipulation, and they don't respond.
Is that all we need?
In seeing how things have changed through the application process, I mean, I did agree with counsel's office write-up that your new application would set a clean record.
But this isn't a 500-foot case, right?
No, it's not.
It is not, and on top of that, this has been pending for a year, so a new application.
But we're still in a situation where you don't have what you want from the community board. So is that
But
something?
why do I
for
need
us
it?
to- Why do we need it?
Why do I need it?
Well, then it would come to you because. what
It's not
they
a
want-
500-foot case, it doesn't matter.
If the community board is not supporting what you're doing, or if they're opposing to what you're doing.
Well, I
or
think,
you're
I
saying
think they
they're-
obviously are, it's just a question of how.
Because I would say to you, we agreed to all the stipulations of the community board with 2 or 3 exceptions.
And again,
you
when
could
there's
grant those
exceptions, then
exceptions if
those
you
come to
choose.
the full board.
Yes.
Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Well, the full, I'm.
All right, so what we'll do here is, I'm going to approve this with the stipulations that you've agreed to, and then ask you to return with the 3 you haven't agreed to with the community board, but having agreed to them when you return. Do you understand?
Well, I understand, but my problem is I can't make the community board agree or not agree. They don't respond.
You're a
to me.
pretty influential guy in this city. I would think that you can find the community board's next meeting.
I will do the best I can to do what you asked.
Okay,
me.
So
but
you
I will
would
grant,
Grant recon, because I say, you said.
no, and I'll grant the license too. Why can't I just grant the license and?
But then it's conditioned on what then? I'm
Well,
confused.
we'll
when
have
we
to go
come
back
back,
and find
after
out.
we come
But you
back,
wouldn't be coming back if it's approved. That's where I'm confused.
It would just be, he doesn't have to come back. He can send them into him. No, send them into Jackie, I mean.
So I'm approved, okay. I don't even know if we finished our review on it.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. If
That's
this is-
normally,
It sounded like
because-
it was the only thing that was left, was these stipulations.
I would rather have licensing take one last look at it and piece together his explanations for the request for reconsideration as it applies to the reasons that we disapproved it, and go back and.
All right, so here's what I'm going to
Send
do.
it
I'm
back.
going to grant reconsideration. I'm going to ask that licensing do this,
Well, we'll finish our review and
but,
come up with.
top of the pile, because it has been pending for almost a year, and, which is not, it sounds like it's not anyone's fault. But if we don't hear from the community board, then we only accept the stipulations that they say we've agreed to, meaning that the applicant has agreed to. The other 3 are eliminated. Okay?
All right.
Does that make sense?
I think it's very generous of you, and I appreciate it very much. Do you agree, Commissioner Ford?
That's my line.
I'm sorry.
Let me think. It's Christmas. Yeah, I agree.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ford. Thank you very much.
Holiday
Mr. Chairman.
season, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
It's Christmas.
It's Christmas.
Next item is 2768, Vineyards of Carl Place LLC, and along with that is 2760, Vineyards of Farmingdale LLC, and 2764, Quarterhouse LLC. They're all related cases.
These charges relate, you ready? I'm sorry, Kevin Dano for the 3 licensees.
And just, I'll even help if it's okay, just very quickly, because I think it will give a little context. Obviously, I think, Kevin, you and my office are pretty aware that we had a pretty interesting set of circumstances that arose, and I appreciate all the work that you've put into working with us on this, because obviously, for as best as I know and as best as you know, this charge hasn't really been brought this way before. But in some ways, almost more exciting, in my opinion, is the fact that I think we're looking in council's office to really do a best practices panel on social media. And I know that there's a couple people, and the chairman's aware, that we're going to involve to try to see if we can come up with some best practices on social media, because obviously that creates problems for numbers of different licensees. So I just appreciate the work that you put into getting us to where we are today on this.
Thank you very, very, very much, Councilor Riano. I would just like to say that these licensees had no intention of violating the law in any way. The practices that we're talking about were reviewed by the prior council and as part of the resolution of the last set of charges, and we understood them to have been resolved and that what was going on was okay. Complaints have been received by the Liquor Authority. I would like to say these licensees have retained 3 different sets of attorneys to review this particular issue, in an attempt to comply with the law over a period of time, not just now.
So you're the third.
I am.
Still here.
And as, as all this relates, and as counsel relates, there is confusion in the marketplace with regard to what these rules are.
I don't disagree with the fact that there's confusion, but there are, and there's not a lot of them, but there are a few families who are legally owning multiple liquor stores, and the law allows it. There's no question about that. But I think the law is extremely crystal clear that they are separate businesses and are to be treated that way.
Yes, there's no question about that.
And if anyone should be cognizant of that, it's this group of families I'm talking about. And now hopefully we can clarify it through these meetings. And once we do clarify it, the penalties are going to be steep when they don't.
I understand. What we're talking about here, you're absolutely right about everything you say, and I have no hint of a contradiction to what you just said. The only thing that I would say to you is that this particular set of charges relate to internet, the use of internet and use of social media, and the regulation as to that, just to that little thing.
But it was the intermingling.
But the regulations say that you can intermingle. That's the problem. They say that, but you have to put some certain things on the bottom of them, which were on the bottom. These statements that say they're independently owned and operated. The issue that the counsel's office came up with was whether or not people might be misled, even though there was compliance with the regulation, and that's why the suggestion is that we have this best practices kind of meeting so that we can make sure that we're in compliance and know exactly, what it is that separates you can cooperatively advertise from this may cause somebody to mistake the idea that where you're separately owned and operated stores, you might be considered by the public
as a chain.
As a chain. So,
When is this meeting? Do we know?
We've already started reaching out to people, and Margarita Marsico is spearheading everything.
Okay. All right, so I'll accept the letter of warning in this instance.
For all 3?
Yes.
All 3, same here.
Thank you very much. I wish you.
And I
happy
assume you will be at this panel as well?
I will.
Okay.
I wish you a happy Christmas,
You
a happy
too.
Hanukkah, a happy Kwanzaa,
You
happy
too.
Festivus.
And New Year.
Thank you.
Next item are items 2761, 62, and 63, White Diamond Pub, Inc.
What happened to this order we were in?
That's it.
No, I mean 2738, wasn't that?
That was next.
Where am I getting mine from? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, we're here for the board to give us a penalty on these 2 charges that we were found guilty on.
So this is a hearing, dismiss charge 1 in the first proceeding, sustain charge 1, 2, and 3 in the second proceeding, and sustain charge 1 in the third proceeding. You've been open less than a year.
Yeah, we understand that, yeah.
I'm glad you do, but disorderly premises, failure to comply, locked exits. Do you know what could happen with a locked exit?
They took care of the fire marshal violations. The fire marshal gave us a violation, they took care of them.
And prior to that, she's got noise complaints. She's got purchase from unauthorized source. This isn't the record of someone who's running a serious business.
Well, what she's doing now, because a lot of the trouble started outside the premises, she hired another security guard to watch the outside, and she has 1 security guard for the inside.
And you're aware of the pending charges that are continuing forward?
Which are what?
More disorder, more misconduct.
This is through.
When are they? Where are they in the process?
How recent are
I believe that have hearings started, counsel.
Yeah.
They have, if I remember correctly.
This is from October of 2016, a little over a year ago. What's the dates of the recent incidents?
I have the most recent being 8/27/17 for a 1066 violation for disorderly premise.
I mean, I'll fine you here, but if you come back next time, you're probably losing the place. $10,000.
All your security that you have, they're all properly listed and licensed and all that kind of stuff, so you're not going to get in trouble there? Yeah, I'll go with 10,000 as well.
And counsel, I just will note, because this is what I'm seeing in the record, it looks like there's instances where your client is not cooperating with police and not calling police after incidents, which I know you.
I'll check with the attorney.
That, if that ends up in front of me, that's automatically it.
Next item, 2724, 106 3rd Avenue, NYC, Inc.
Brazen Fox.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
Mr. Commissioner. Good morning, Council. Michael Ferrari of Ferrari & Ferrari, and I'm representing the licensee. Standing before you are two of the principal owners, Declan Rainsford and Rory Dolan. In addition to that is the current general manager of the space in question, Matthew Kelly.
When you say current, is he new?
How long have you been there? 7 months. Current. I say current because the individual that was testified in the hearing and that was present for the incident in question, Darren Higgins, has left his employment. So
Okay.
I only say that to bring that to your attention.
So I'm going to sustain 1, dismiss 2, and sustain 3.
I'm here to ask to make it a record for mitigation of any fine that you intend to oppose.
Okay.
I can do that now, or
No, go ahead.
I'm here to ask for mitigation for the following reasons. This establishment had been open for 4 years prior to the night in question. The two gentlemen, between them, Mr. Dolan owns 9 licensed premises, and Mr. Rainsford they overlap and owns 4 himself.
9 here in New York?
9 in the state of New York. Correct. And it's, I think 4 in the 5 boroughs, and then the rest are in Westchester and beyond. I don't tell you that their record is perfect, but Mr. Dolan's record, it's been, aside from this incident, it's been 10 years at any of the places where anything even remotely similar to this has occurred. At this establishment, 106 3rd Avenue, there was a charge about a year prior regarding a SantaCon event in which it was alleged that it was a violation of their stipulations. We did not challenge it, and they did not participate in SantaCon this year for that very reason, and they won't going forward unless they return to the community board. Further indication of their good relationship with the community board, they have been back. I brought their license application in 2012. It was granted with some effort. They have returned twice and been granted an extension with regard to a sidewalk cafe, and then further an extension with regard to a terrace, and an outdoor terrace, which they're permitted to use. All have gone through the authority and been approved. I tell you this to show that they have a relationship, a positive relationship with the community board. This incident that brings us here today lasted perhaps 2 minutes. It was an employee that had worked for them for 50 weekends prior to this incident, never a hint of any reason to believe he was unprofessional or had any violent tendencies, and it was over, and he left, and they tried to contact him. They made every effort to assist the police. Darren Higgins provided video to the police, and this individual never returned.
Do all of your security guards have pepper spray?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This was an anomaly.
This is something he
This
just
is
had in
not
his pocket?
something that they even.
This is just something he had in his pocket to use?
no one ever, in all their years, their combined years in this industry is 25 years. Darren Higgins, who worked for them for 10 years prior to that, none of them had ever heard of this happening. This was, so they didn't have a policy on pepper spray in the pocket because it's, you know, it was a foreign thing to them.
Did he get arrested?
He was arrested.
What happened with
He was
that, do you
charged.
know?
That matter was dismissed. I don't know the details of why it was dismissed. I did discuss it with the attorney. I think it had to do with the willingness of the complaining witness to participate in the action. Perhaps that's my suspicion. This was.
All right, so where are you?
I'm willing to accept 3,000.
No, it's not 3,000. I mean, they didn't make an offer. This is a fine.
It was a suggested offer.
Oh.
Suggestion.
Oh, yeah, I saw your letter. Yeah, I'm not accepting. I'm going to go a little bit higher than that. I normally would go significantly higher given the pepper spray, but I myself question the victim's story about what they were doing in the bathroom. I don't think they were selling drugs, but I don't understand. They weren't counting money either, so I don't.
It's an unusual situation.
Yeah.
If I can make one.
So I'll go, I normally would do 8,000 on this. I'll do 5. Because it is pepper spray. It did get out of hand, and it was an employee that got out of hand.
Yeah, I'll settle at 5 as well.
So, you know, this is something that we're always against. We have meetings with our staff all the time, whether it's bartenders, whether it's bouncers.
I've never seen you before, so I'm assuming that you don't have a problem with us regularly.
I wanted to make one more point about it has been my pleasure to represent these gentlemen for 5 years and their employees who have started new places. I've represented them well as well. It has been my pleasure because they are decent family men. They have children, young children my age, and it has been my pleasure. And for that, I ask for.
You're not. They have young children your age.
Young children the same as my
All right. Good luck.
Somehow.
Yep.
Next item, 2735, Acash 92209 Wine and Liquor LLC.
So, Jackie, isn't this like a new application? We don't get sales figures on these?
No, well, this is something new where the package store alterations have never generally come to the full board, but since this board is interested in.
Oh, okay. So this
the
normally
size of
wouldn't
the
even come to
stores.
us?
Not with this, prior boards, no.
Okay.
It would not.
Charles Lynn for the licensee. But, Mr. Chairman, what I did was I had done some protest.
Yeah, no, I have your.
So I have the
yeah.
gross figures. that
Yep,
was
I have
able to
the gross figures. Is there anybody here in opposition? So why does he need a bigger store?
First of all, its current store is 2,500 square feet, ground level, 2,500 square feet basement. He's got the extension next door in a shopping plaza where he can increase 3,000 square feet ground floor and 3,000 square feet basement. So there'd be 5,500 basement, but that's all storage. So the key question on public convenience and advantage issue is he's doubling the size of the store. Well, what I'd like to point out is the current space, 2,500 square feet, if you look at the plans right in the back is about 600 square feet, encompassing an office, a conveyor belt, a kitchen, and storage. So out of the current 2,500 square feet, he has 1,900 square feet of actual retail space.
And now what's he going to have?
Now he's going to take on, again, as I said, 3,000 square feet next door. But the 3,000.
All of that 3,000 will be retail, though, or no?
No, what's going to happen is it's almost like where he has a space now, he's going to have a wall and an entrance, and he's going to have a temperature-controlled room for high wines, and he's going to have wine tastings. And the reason for that is that he does now presently have wine tastings on Friday and Saturdays. And matter of fact, most of the time it's 2 tastings at a time, not 1. And if you look at the photos that I submitted, the place is packed with liquor displays and liquor stacked in the store.
So
And
what's
he doesn't
the
have-
retail space in store number 2? What's the
Store
retail
number 2 would be actual sales space, about 3,400 square feet. Now, again, just to go into reasoning and public convenience and advantage, And the reason why he's doing this is for the licensee, his gross sales for 2017 are expected to be a little less than $2 million. That's a 10 to 20% increase in sales, which he has for the last 4 years. So he's been very successful. She's been very successful at the store. And I apologize, I didn't introduce the individual that's with me. The individual that's with me is the manager, Gurpreet Singh. The owner's not here, is Jasvinda Kaur. She's battling a lung problem, so I figured if there's any questions with regards to the store, I should bring the manager here to respond to those. But going back to the
So I'm looking at the diagram. So you're saying that part of the new space is going to have a tasting display?
Yeah, I didn't have it on the diagram because with Jasvinda being ill, I wasn't able to get in touch with her. I've been speaking to Mr. Singh, who was going to see my guy that does all the plans and everything. So I didn't.
So can you submit one?
Yes, I certainly would.
With that, because that's probably a
absolutely.
big
And
reason
that was
why I
my-
would consider
That
this.
was my problem. That was my fault, Mr. Chairman. I did not know about that because I just assumed that I didn't grill him as to exactly what was going to happen. But when this came up as public convenience and advantage, I was very much concerned, and that's why I went further in asking and was made aware of it now.
Okay.
As I said, the tastings happen to be a very important part of this store. There's no room for it, so they absolutely need room. In addition to that, they would then expand from just Friday and Saturdays to also Thursdays as well. And as far as public convenience and advantage also, the sales figures for the 3 closest stores have all increased significantly. And I next, as we had discussed before, I had next the gross sales figures that I did on the protest to show that the 2016 sales had all increased for those local stores significantly. And however, there was a recently issued new license in the area, Wine Authority, Inc., at 5507 Wisconsin Highway in Mount Sinai. Although it's a new license approved around May 2017, only about 4 months ago, it was a replacement for a previous store at the location. This is the one that I had the protests on. It was Carry All Wine and Liquor, whose license was canceled by the authority, and that store had been open. And the reason why it was approved, basically, it was a replacement store for the old store. So it had already been open since 1995 for over 20 years in this area, and I have all that information to just evidence it with my exhibit.
What is this store now, or what was it before it was vacant? Store number 2 that you want to buy?
What?
Also, I set forth population figures.
So do you have any issues with it?
No.
All right, so I'm going to vote to approve, but I am going to make it conditioned on your getting that diagram in, because that's going to, the only reason I'm doing it is because of the tasting.
Right, and
I see that the
apologize for
sales
that.
are all up at the 4 closest stores. I don't anticipate you becoming a larger store is going to affect their sales anyway. And I think the addition of a tasting area will be in the public convenience and advantage.
I approve for all the same reasons.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Next item is 2700, 186 Sushi Restaurant, Inc.
Morning, Chairman, members of the board, Council Riano. Happy holidays.
Morning.
I sent last week a letter to members of the board, so I guess
Yeah, we have it.
deal with the decision and then go from there.
So I'll dismiss 1, sustain 2, dismiss 3, 4, sustain 5, dismiss 6, dismiss 7, sustain 8, withdraw 9, sustain 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. You were open December of 2016, and all of this happened before, well, the majority of it happened before April, the end of April.
That sounds about right, Your Honor.
And then we do have more occurring in August, which is when the summary suspension occurred.
Yes, the majority, I believe, was from February of 2017 through April of 2017. I noted that after April of 2017, with the exception of the last disorderly premise charge in August, that was right before the summary suspension, there were really no other summonses issued to the premise during that period of time, and they did take efforts.
I wonder if our pen ran out of ink.
They did take efforts to work with the department, with the 3-4 precinct, to try to reduce.
Well, they could have made efforts, but this place, am I wrong in saying this was supposed to be a restaurant?
This one?
Based on the name, I'm assuming it was supposed to be a restaurant?
I believe there were no issues with the, in fact, there was an allegation that they didn't have food, and that wasn't sustained.
Well, no, it's not that they didn't have food, but the activities that occurred are not activities that occur in a restaurant.
Well, I think their method of operation was consistent with what they had there. I don't think there was any issue with that or any charges for the method of operation.
Well, the noise and disorder wasn't part of their method of operation. The failure to supervise wasn't part of their method of operation. I mean, this place was a nightclub.
Understood. And
He had promoters, correct?
No, self-promoted. It was self-promoted. There were no issues with promoted. I do want to note with respect.
What do you mean self-promoting? The ALJ indicated that they acknowledged they used promoters.
I believe they acknowledged that they promoted themselves. I don't believe that there was any.
The police officer indicated in his testimony that he gets information from promoters on whether they expect the premise to be busy.
Oh, I mean, I don't know if that's people that are in-house promoters or not, but.
So you have hired promoters in your restaurant?
No, the licensee's son, who's here, he's come here, by the way. She doesn't speak English, so he helps with the translation. But he did most of the promoting. The officer may have thought that person who's telling him is a promoter, but there were no outside promoters hired, and there wasn't an allegation.
Well, I mean, the fact that you have a full-time person that's dedicated to promoting is a problem for me.
Well, part of his responsibilities. I do want to note.
What was he promoting?
Different nights.
DJs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I do, different.
I mean, I don't know what you expect me to do here.
First I wanted to put on the record, as far as the supervision, I do want to note, it did come out in hearings, I believe, but I'm not sure if it was in the decision, that the licensee went through a period of time where she could not be there all the time. She did have her 2 sons helping out because she was battling health issues, serious health issues that did hinder her ability to be there all the time. With respect to what I'd like this board to do, if it accepts my proposal of 4 months, which they have not been opened, time on suspension, it will put them on the brink of extinction if they have any future issues. And that's all we're looking for.
I can't leave them open. I don't see how I can leave them open. This place was open in December of 2016. In that length of time between then and now,
August.
Or June 2016, I'm sorry. No, I mean June 2, it was, what were the dates? It was inspected 17 times.
Yes.
We don't end up, and the police don't end up in your restaurant unless there is a complaint. They got enough information that they needed to come in there 17 times in a year?
Well, I think I also addressed the issue with the inspections, that there was testimony that after a shooting occurred that was not anything held against the premise for, that it's an automatic inspections that occurred after
But
that.
see, this comes in and you say it's not held against the premise, and you may be right, that it's not a disorderly premise because it was a spontaneous incident, but it's still an incident at the premise, whether it be around it or in it. And it's something that the police have to respond to, it's something that we end up having to respond to, it's something that shouldn't be happening in a restaurant. Not only did it happen once, but it looks like you have multiple incidents that occurred there. They were not sustained disorderly premises charges, but no one's arguing that the events occurred there. And that's a problem.
Well, two events occurred in the vicinity, but not.
Well, and I just want to add, because I think this is what concerns me in part. I mean, under the sustained 118 charge, it's my understanding, based on what the judge found, that when you're looking at the 500-foot radius report, 50 summonses had been issued between January 1st and August 25th. Those include 17 for public consumption of alcohol, 6 for urinating in public, 6 for noise, 3 for fighting, all charges which obviously have an impact on the quality of life. So, I mean, that's, I think, in part, and I understand that's outside, I understand, but that's the 118 charge. So, in all fairness,
and I know what the authority's position on that is.
And then the police testified that they, on a busy night, 2 cars are assigned to this premise. Now, can you imagine what else those 2 cars could be doing on St. Nicholas Avenue?
Well, there were other premises that were open.
But they said this premise.
I understand. I mean, clearly
If there's an incident elsewhere in the precinct, the cars that are assigned to directed patrols at this premise do not respond. Why should the rest of New York City be paying to ensure that no one is killed at this restaurant?
I think it became 2 once the shooting happened. I don't think that was on a consistent basis. I believe they did say.
I don't care if it's one night a week.
I believe it was most consistently 1 car. And again, I just think.
Now, I don't know, I may have licensed this place. Did I license this?
Originally?
I clearly didn't ask enough questions.
I believe it was a
License
transfer. And I
Yeah, it
don't
appeared
think
to
there
be
were
a
any
transfer
issues
was done
prior.
locally, community board approved at the time, because it was listed as a restaurant, full menu, DJ, no dancing.
That's not what it.
It did have
Well,
5
it-
security. which
I
probably
don't know,
should have
where are
took
you
this
on
off.
this?
I'm unchanged on all of this from suspending the license. So I'm for revoking,
All right.
canceling, revoking, whatever.
No, revoke 2-year prescription and a name stop.
This place has been nothing but problems. We licensed it a year ago.
It shouldn't have been licensed if we had known, and I blame myself for that. But
So, Commissioner, revocation bond claim, name stop to your prescription?
Yes, sir.
How does that work when there's a difference between the 2?
there's not, he just agreed to everything I
agreed to
said.
the prescription too?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Listen,
Yep.
Have a happy holiday.
You too.
Thank you. You too.
Next item, 2731, Chiquito Liquor Store Corp.
Good morning, Robert Swednick for the applicant.
This was a
So
basically.
I have a question.
Okay.
Where do you get the Con Ed bills?
Where did we get the Con Ed bills? I think you got.
Do you just foil them? The Con Edison bills of other people, how are you getting that?
They were given to us by an investigator that my brother got. He was
Can you just get those?
The tenants themselves acknowledged that.
No, I get that, I just didn't realize you could get
Well,
Con
they
Ed
gave
bills.
somebody else's bill. It wasn't a foil or anything.
Okay.
So obviously, we're.
So it's clear to me that you've established that there are apartments above the church, even though the church is denying that. Are you good with that?
Yeah, send
Tax
this,
exemptions.
I mean, do we need to send an investigator out, or,
if you're fine with that, we're fine with that.
and they have certificate of occupancies indicating that there's dwellings upstairs?
And the tax exemption is only partial, so I'm sure if it was a full church, they would have asked for a full.
Well, I'll send this back to, I'll grant the reconsideration and send it back to licensing, but
We're just saying it's
I
not
think we should
exclusive.
send the investigator out. And if he can't find anything, then just do it based on what we have.
Okay, send a investigator out.
Is there any
I won't
way,
have one by then.
Oh, you don't have one?
I won't have one by then.
Is there any
Well,
way
then-
to be expedited?
Oh.
Because he's been paying rent, obviously, for a long time.
Yeah, we'll do it as quickly as we can.
Okay. So, investigator back out to confirm it.
All right, the
And
next
if they
item,
don't find anything, then we'll just rely on what you gave us.
and Commissioner Ford, you're okay?
Have a
You too.
Yes.
Next item is 2777, Yarrow Wines and Liquor Corp.
Robert Swednick again for the applicant. Your Honor, I don't believe there's any opposition to this. Oh, there is, okay, we have opposition.
Okay, why don't we let them come up?
Morning, everyone. Victor Molina on behalf of Lovely Twins Wines and Liquors, Inc., and the owner who's standing to my left. In December.
Wait, which one, who is your client? I got it,
of Lovely
okay,
Twins
yep.
Wines. I submitted a written opposition notice to the authority, and my client purchased this business from another owner, Claremont Wine and Liquor Corp., in December of 2016. He's located approximately 2 blocks away from the applicant. And I have a area map, and I've marked out that within 2,000 square feet, there's currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus the applicant.
Who is is the applicant bulletproof? Are you guys bulletproof?
Yes.
Everybody's bulletproof?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
We've seen how issuance of another license, you don't see how it would serve a public interest. Places or areas already saturated with at least 8 licenses within 2,000 square feet as per the authority's notice to us regarding licenses within the area, regarding the closest liquor stores on the proximity report location that we got from the authority. My client submitted gross sales. His gross sales from when he purchased to June are about $300,000.
What is he now? Now that we're almost at year end, what's he at?
Yeah, it's about the same, another $300,000.
Okay.
Because of those reasons, and because we believe this would just cause concern for how everyone is going to be able to make ends meet and pay the rent, we would propose that the application be denied because the community is already saturated with liquor stores.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If you want to see the
No, we have a map in here.
map,
Yeah,
okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
In fact, I think it's probably your map. No, it isn't.
Good afternoon again. We believe that the area is not saturated. It's an area which is somewhat growing and developing on Third Avenue. That the other liquor stores are really not that close. I believe you have 1,500 feet and more. That the principal of this had liquor stores in the past, so he's an experienced operator.
Well, that was my question. He had a liquor store in the Bronx, and everybody knows how hard they are to get, particularly in New York City, and he gave it up. Why?
I think at one point he was having some health issues. He sold it. That's why he's putting his wife in with him on this one. Because,
But why not just add the wife to the last one?
well, I wasn't aware when he sold it. He didn't come to me then.
Well, he's right next to you now.
You explain? Do you understand what he's saying? He wants to know why you sold the other one rather than... Okay, well, he felt that he had to take vacation for his health to get it back.
Did he open that one, or did he buy it?
He had another one in Manhattan, and it was a removal to that one. So I believe he opened that one.
No, the first license he got in 1994, did he open that, or did he buy it? Yeah, that was also Sherman Liquor. No, that was in the Bronx, but he moved it. He moved it within the Bronx in 2013.
But when the first liquor store you ever had, did he buy it or he opened it new?
No, other one.
I know, but when the first one, before he moved, did he buy a liquor store or he opened it from scratch? He opened it from scratch, it sounds like.
Hang on.
What? So his health is better now?
Yes. And he wants his wife to learn the business, that's why he's putting her on.
She was on the prior license.
Well, she's going to be more active now.
More active.
I bet. Well, do they know Eli's Liquor? 169th Street?
He wants to know if you know the store, Eli's Liquor.
On 169th Street? Are you familiar with it?
769 Eli's Liquor.
Is it open? Mr. Moline, are you still here? Is that
I'm ready with this.
Okay.
I mean, I just believe, for the localities, liquor stores are not all that close.
Yeah.
Well,
You seem like a knowledgeable couple, probably be really good owners and stuff like that, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to vote to deny. There are 6 stores within 7/10 of a mile, 3 of them that we've licensed just within the past 28 months. So I just don't see a public convenience and advantage being met by adding one more to the mix right now.
Stores too close.
And I agree, and not only is there 6 within 0.7 miles, but there's 3 within 2 blocks of this place. And 2 of them, as he pointed out, were just purchased, so we don't really have good sales figures on those. And all of the other sales indicate that they're flat, particularly the closest store. So I don't see any, these are all bulletproof stores. You're not providing anything different than what these other stores are providing. So I don't see any public convenience and advantage of adding another one at this time.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, the next item, 2736, Legacy Group RVC LLC.
Good afternoon. Lawrence M. Gordon for the applicant, Legacy Group, RVC LLC. With me is Mr. Nicholas Galanis, one of the principals of Legacy Group, the applicant. Last week I sent a correspondence.
Yeah, we have it. So you obviously were here for the last hearing I just had, or not the last one, but the second to last one, and you saw what happened with that crew? As far as the sushi place that told us they were a restaurant and ended up being a nightclub?
On the contrary,
We're not here for that.
No, the one today.
Today. Yeah. Well, this looks very similar to that.
there is absolutely no similarity, Mr. Bradley.
Well, is this going to be a restaurant? Because it looks, with all the stuff you want to add,
Yes, indeed.
you got a DJ, you have live, you have recorded. Is there going to be dancing?
No dancing. It's going to be a restaurant bar, but we kind of took a play on Bowery, kind of be street fair kind of food. We're going to have some fun games. It's going to kind of be like.
It's going to be a family-oriented place, Mr. Bradley.
I like it when he talks.
Okay.
So why don't you keep talking?
So it's going to be kind of like a place where adults, families can come, have a good time. It's going to be a fun, friendly atmosphere. It's going to be completely different than the place before. It's going to be very.
What was the place before?
Stingers.
Did we shut that?
Yes.
Yes.
We did.
So you're not going to be similar to them at all?
Not at all. We've hired some great companies to come on board and help us design the place and
What are you doing for sales to minors? Because the last place had a bad history with that, which means
very, very strict.
I must add also that both of the principals are licensed at 4 different locations.
yeah, no, I see that.
No prior ABC violations.
Are these all in New York City or other 4 restaurants? Where?
East Village, Murray Hill, Harvard Circle, Hell's Kitchen.
Are they similar method of operation to this place, or?
Similar in that we have full liquor and except we serve burgers or beer burger.
But you have DJs in any of them?
No, we have music.
Live music?
No, not live.
Just recorded music.
And I just want to clarify something that I just noticed. There's an outdoor patio here?
Yes.
Correct.
It's part of the footprint of the premises.
What are the hours on that going to be? Are the residents around?
No residents at all. It's the
Municipal parking lot behind Long Island Railroad tracks.
Okay. And what are the hours of your place for?
till 4 a.m.
You plan on using promoters of any kind?
Not at all.
It's only, what, 18 tables? 48, it says 18 tables with 48 seats.
When you talk about games, what are you talking about that you're going to have? Like pool tables or?
Well, there's a play on the street fair, so we kind of, design company has old vintage games that are going to be
Oh, like arcade games.
something similar to it, yeah.
Almost like on the back wall, it's gonna be like a spin game where like you'll spin, you might win a prize. Almost like
Again, it's family-friendly, customer-friendly, fun.
like a play on street fair, play on street market,
What are your hours?
carnival games.
4 a.m.
4 a.m. Okay.
In the back, we're gonna have giant Jenga. We're gonna do some interesting stuff.
And the village has no opposition.
Are you open 4 o'clock in the city here? You're,
Until 2 a.m.
you're all 4 of them?
2 of them.
And what are the other 2? All right. You have anything else?
Nope, I'm good. I mean, you guys seem to be running good establishments elsewhere with no issues, so, and we have no one that appeared in person or in letter opposition, so I'm going to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well for the same reasons. I mean, you have 4 restaurants in Manhattan, which says all it needs to say, that you really have no history with any of them. Hours, they can have 4 o'clock, but no use of promoters and food available at all times, which goes without saying. Good luck.
Thank you.
Can we take 2 minutes before you call the next one?
Sure.
Arnold? Okay, we're back on the record. The next item is 2732, Ocean Brothers Deli and Grill, Inc.
For Ocean Brothers Deli and Grill Inc., it's Kenneth Frankel, and standing next to me is the owner of the store, Yasser Hamed. Good morning. Good afternoon.
So these cigarettes weren't for sale?
This discharge was cigarettes that were found in the store.
Yeah.
They weren't purchased by my client. My client's the owner of the store. He has his regular wholesaler, which is HLA, that he purchases cigarettes from. There was a time in the past where he thought that purchasing cheaper cigarettes might have been a good idea until he realized the consequences of it, and the ramifications are too much for him to do again, and it wasn't supposed to happen again.
Then how did it happen?
So what happened was my client wasn't in the store, and apparently one of the workers brought it into the store for, I call him a rogue employee, brought it in for the purposes of either using it for his own personal use or did it for mixing in or doing something in the store. But whatever, regardless of what it was, my client, my client fired him.
How many cigarettes are we talking about? Do you know?
I'm trying to look it up right now, actually.
The idea that he would do it for the benefit of the store is somewhat
No, he wasn't
dubious.
doing it not for the benefit of the store, do it for the benefit of himself.
So what, he's selling Lucy's for $1 a piece?
No, it wasn't Lucy's. It was.
So where's the money going when he sells a pack of cigarettes?
Well, it wasn't going to my client. That was the problem.
Where was it going?
That was why he fired him.
You think it was going in his pocket?
We think it was going in his pocket. That's what he thought at the time. There are people apparently that go around trying to sell these cheaper cigarettes. My client's not interested in that, and if he's not in the store at the time and the employee purchases them, and then by chance there's an inspection that happens right at that point, and they're found in the store, my client's saying they weren't his. It's his intention of running a clean store. He didn't want this to happen again, and the fact that it did, he had to take disciplinary action against it.
So I can't tell.
It's a referral? From who?
Tax and finance.
Because there was apparently a suspension of that license because of this as well. My client, in order to run the store, he needs to have both the cigarette license and his liquor license, and he doesn't want to jeopardize it. And it won't happen again.
Before our task force.
All right. What do you want to do here?
We've already sent in
cigarette license back?
Sorry?
What's the status of your cigarette license? Is that back, or?
I believe it's back, yes. I believe it's back.
No, it shouldn't be. Oh, yes, it should be, I'm sorry. 60 days on June 23rd.
Yes. We've already actually made an offer for reconsideration in the amount of $7,000. We've sent in the payment.
Yeah, last one was 35 for the first time. You know, cigarettes just happened to be there again. I will accept 7,000, but I will tell you, if it comes back again, then done.
Yeah, I'm not going to accept 7. I'll take 10. Normally, it's canceled on the second one. And this is, I don't care who did it, it's his second. And it's his second in 2 years. So you can come get your bank check and bring us one for 10, or we can cancel.
Or is it possible we could send in the additional 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, council's office has the 7. Once you get the other 3, we'll be fine.
All right, I'll take 10.
That's 10 it is.
Thank you very much.
For the last time. All right.
Thank you.
Next item, 2752, Newburgh Liquor Corp.
Well, who's the applicant?
I'm the applicant.
So you got to put your name on the record first.
Sayyam Shah from Newburgh Wines and Liquors.
Okay. and then-
Is your representative here?
No,
Is Mr. Carabello here?
no, Mr. Caramello is not here.
Is he coming?
No, he's not coming.
Okay, go ahead.
Kunal Patel from South Plain Wine and Spirits.
And you are
I'm the owner, I'm
opposition, so go ahead, you can speak.
Newburgh Liquor Corporation. They just purchased this store 6 months ago, previously known as a
Can you
GAL.
speak, you got to speak a little louder, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
The applicant purchased the store within like last 6 months. Previously owned as a GAL Wine and Liquor, was approved approximately 3 years ago in January. And at that time, that was the 9th liquor store in town of Newburgh was going to open or applied. And it was with a lot of hesitation, board approved only 700 square feet retail space, hoping it's not going to impact for public convenience because the location they were at between Lowe's, Walmart, across from Home Depot, Adam Farm, hoping like, it's a lot of action there for public convenience. After that, there was two more applicant came in town of Newburgh. One was known as a Bole One Corporation on North Plank Road, was denied. And the last one was ACES Corporation in 2015. It was also diagonal cross from where they want to move, was also rejected for the enough liquor store and surplus square footage in the area for the retail. At that time, if I clearly remember, Chairman, you were, I was in a meeting, you were here too. And, we had a letter from Senator Larkin, and it was mentioned in a meeting like you passed that road several times, and there is no more bigger store or liquor store in the area needed. And town of Newburgh population is only 30,000 square feet, 30,000 people, and I submit the report. It shows like a population went down almost 1% in the last 2 years.
How much?
1%. And everybody's gross business is probably pretty much same or staggering or whatever in the area because I don't see any growth in anybody's area, businesses over there in a liquor store. And they're moving from really busy location to the in middle of the 4 existing stores, which are more or less 1,000 square feet, 1,200 square feet. It's going to create more inconvenience for the other 4 stores been up and running from last 3 years or longer.
How far is he from you right now?
He is less than half a mile.
And how far is he going to be with?
Right now, he's probably approximately a mile, and he's going to be in 1.7 miles. Thank you.
He's actually going to be closer to you.
Yeah, it's
and
going to be half a mile now.
And to Tarissio's.
Darcio's, also Vino 100, and he's from the neighborhood wine and spirit, so he'll be coming closer to that. So he'll be coming in between 4 stores, where last year, the diagonal cross from there was the ACES Corporation who applied in Stop and Shop Plaza was denied because of there is enough stores and population growth is not there.
Okay, thank you. Right. You guys opposition as well? Come on up.
My name is Amanda Buckheit from Neighborhood Wine and Spirits. Basically, Mr. Patel covered everything. I remember being here in August of 2015, and the board meeting was held for ACE Corporation, which was also known as Route 300 Wine and Spirits, which was a store seeking approval of 4,300 square feet, coincidentally only a quarter of a mile from where Newburgh Wine and Liquors is currently seeking approval. At that board meeting, Route 300 Wine and Spirits was denied their liquor license. One of the commissioners at the time stated that there are clearly enough stores in the town of Newburgh. By adding another store, especially one of a larger size, would not be a public advantage. It would only oversaturate the area.
How far is he from you right now?
Right now, he is,
Your neighborhood wine and spirits, correct?
I'm neighborhood, yes.
All right, so you're the furthest away.
He is 2.3 miles away from me.
Oh, so it's going to be the same distance? You're going from 3.5 to 2.3? Okay. All right. Did you just open in 2014?
Yes.
Did you buy it or open it?
I opened it. It's just that half the stores in the town of Newburgh are located within a 3.2-mile radius.
No, I know. All right, thank you. Yo, you're with her? Okay. No, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to reiterate that I'm not asking for a new liquor shop permit. No, I know your argument was based on adding the competition. It is not adding a competition. I want to move for a better existence and better convenience for my patron. The existing plaza or the existing location of the liquor shop is in a single family house. Patrons have to climb 7 stairs to get to the store. And it is off of a 45 speed limit highway, at least 800 feet from the set of light. So when you are coming at 45 miles per hour, and if you want to get into the building, you have to really break the speed on a 5-lane highway or Route 300. And it takes, like, a lot of patrons have complained that it is not easy for them to get in. And when you want to get out of the plaza and take a left turn to go to 84 Junction, it takes about 5, sometimes at between 4 and 6:30, it takes about maybe 2 to 5 minutes for patrons to take a left turn onto that highway. So there is a convenience factor that my patrons have recommended that, no, this is not an ideal location. If you walk by the state.
But see, the standard's not convenience to your customers, it's convenience to the public.
Yes, And
if there's these other stores right there, that if they can't take a left into yours, they'll go take a right into theirs.
Agreed. And now I want to, I have over 100 signatures from patrons, and I also have a letter from Mr. Piacchio, who is the town supervisor, with no objection to this move.
What's the difference in size between your current store and the one you're looking to move into?
1,300 square feet versus 2,830 square feet.
So you're going from 1,300 to 28?
Yes, but that is because of the location.
Right,
what
no,
is
I get it.
available. I do want to make few points about the previous presentation. I want to correct Mr. Patel's statistics. He's saying, if you refer to his table on page number 2 of his analysis, the numbers are not accurate. The current distance is not 0.36 miles, it is 0.7 miles, and it is 0.8 miles for the second liquor shop. Vino is not within 1.
We have our own distances, so.
Yeah, and so there are only 2 stores within 0.7 miles, and there is only, Vino 100 is one. Currently, it's actually 0.4 miles from where I am, and it is going to be 1.5 miles when I move.
Yeah, but you have 9, there are 9 within 2 miles of you.
Yes, but I do not disagree with you at all. It is,
Now, I understand it's not adding another license, but you are going to be larger
and that
and
is
closer.
So that can be moved. I was not aware of the fact that there was a size requirement for
There isn't, but these are things we do look at.
If it adversely affect the competition, then I can reduce. I can make the size is what it is. I can change it and try to conform to a requirement, but not.
It's not, see, and I understand your confusion, and most of the liquor stores that come in here, that is their confusion. It's not whether it's a problem with competition. That's not what we're looking at. We're looking at whether this is advantageous to the public to move you. And given the number of liquor stores that are there right now, I don't see what we're adding to the public by putting you closer to them and making you double the size.
The only convenience is that the current proposed new location is actually at a set of light. So it makes it safer for any patron to come into the plaza versus right now it is, if you really, I should have a video, it's very unsafe if you are coming down from the traffic set of light at 45 miles per hour, and we cannot even widen the ramp is because there is a light pole there. So it's the convenience that I thought that was important.
I see what you're saying, but you're kind of like on a northwest axis, and the other stores on South Plank are kind of like on an east-west axis. So I think it's two different corridors, but still, you're talking about moving up to like within the cluster where those stores are. And I think really the area where you are and south of you would really be the ones that would be less served by your move. So
There is a Vivo 100, almost 800 feet from where I am. So there is an existing liquor shop, Vivo 100.
yeah.
And then there is one more down the line. So if I move anywhere, I'm going to be closer to some units and I'm going to be away from some units. I think the location, I'm moving away from,
Well, I mean, the standard is, would we open another one in this location? And I can't say that I would.
yes, it is not, yes, I agree that I would not open up, it's not a new license, but, and that's the only,
I don't know. Go ahead.
I
No.
No, I'm ready to vote on this. I think you're a fine applicant, no issues at all that I could see. I just don't know that this is the right location, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. You're moving closer to 4 stores, 2 of whom are experiencing decreasing sales, one of whom was just licensed in 2014 and doesn't really have a history of sales to go on. And I just don't see any public convenience and advantage to moving you and then doubling your size as well. So like Commissioner Ford said, it's not a problem with you or the business you're running, it's just the location you picked.
so in future, if I find another opportunity to move little south, away, where there is easy access, would that be considered?
I don't know what's south of you, so I couldn't tell you, but I would, if you want to move, I would encourage you to keep trying, yeah.
It's
All right, the
just
next
the
item.
location, it's nothing against you. Okay? All right?
2694, Bayside Wine and Liquor, Inc.
Good afternoon, Neil Trivedi for the applicant, and with me is the president of the corporation, Navdeed Park.
You have a couple gentlemen over here. I suspect that they're in opposition.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't we let them come up and
Okay.
jump on the record here? Please state your name, gentlemen, and where you're from.
We are the 3 liquor store owners here today for protesting. I'm the owner of Just Wing Development, DBA Just Wing Wine Shop, Long Ting Ma.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I am from GSP Wine and Liquor, 21846 Hillside Avenue.
Okay.
My name is John Shakrian. I'm owner of Windsor Bay Wine and Liquor on Bayside.
Okay.
Okay.
As to on my protesting letter, I mentioned the current licensee location just 0.1 miles away or 2 minutes by walking from my store. And also, this neighborhood doesn't need another liquor store smaller size in this quiet neighborhood.
Is your store open or bulletproof, sir?
Yeah, it's open on 2012.
No, the floor plan, it's open. It's not
Yes,
bulletproof.
yes,
Okay.
open.
All right, thank you.
I've been there since 2005, and since then, number of, I would say within less than half a mile, 6 or 7 liquor stores opened up. I have an open store, and it's been struggling. The sales been going down every year. I don't think any more liquor store would help. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Same thing. In my area is already like 5-6 store open new, so we very hard to pay the bill. So we know very hardly working over there. So please no allow another liquor store around.
Are you open, is yours bulletproof or open?
I buy.
Open floor plan?
No.
You guys understand what I'm saying?
If I was
Bulletproof?
running store, I buy that one.
No, no. Do you have bulletproof glass in there?
Yeah.
You do, so you're glass.
Yeah, glass.
And, sir, you? No. You're open. And he is bulletproof?
Him, I don't know, but I know his is open, but him, I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're JSP, correct? Okay, got it. Thank you.
I think if you review my,
Is your client bulletproof or open?
no, it's gonna be open. It's a nice neighborhood. I think Hillside tend to be a little bit, difficult area, but anything north of Hillside, Union Turnpike, Northern Boulevard, this is in an area of Oakland Gardens, right off the Grand Central Parkway on Union Turnpike. If you read my 3-page summary that I've really good outlined the location of it, it's about 100 square feet away from Springfield Boulevard. It's in the middle of the block. There is parking there. There's a divider that divides the Union Turnpike. The closest store that's on 222nd Street, that's the direct competitor. It's also on the middle of the block. So there is no real competition that we would actually impact him. There is parking space. It's about 8
I
parking.
don't understand how you think, what's that, a block away he is?
It's about 2.
How could you think you're not going to impact him at all?
Well, because unless somebody's actually walking there, I mean, there's a lot of traffic in that area, 2-lane traffic coming off the Grand Central Parkway going towards St. John's and Fresh.
Well, why wouldn't they, what if they were a block away and decided they wanted to park there and then walk? I mean,
And
it's,
in that case, they would have to go further down, make a U-turn, and then come around on.
so you're on opposite sides of the street.
Absolutely, and most of the traffic, I even gave you a traffic pattern, more or less, most of the people that are coming off the Grand Central Parkway are coming off and then making north, going on north of Springfield Boulevard. And if they're proceeding to go towards Fresh Meadows, they'll just continue on. They're not going to make a U-turn, and then they would have to make another U-turn on Springfield Boulevard to go back on Union Turnpike and go out west. I think the public convenience and advantage is great. Our store is only going to be retail space about 600-700 square feet, which is smaller than the closest competitor. Also, there's parking space. In this area, there tend to be everything is street parking. This is the only area that has parking spaces there. There are other neighboring stores that are there. Restaurant is there, Allstate, nail salon, sushi restaurant is there. There is Alley Pond Owners Corporation that's on the north side of it. There has about 550 tenants living on the north side of it.
Why here, though? Why so close to this guy? Does he own the building?
No. He lives.
And why is he getting in the liquor business? Because he doesn't have any experience, it appears.
He's a pharmacy distributor. He distributes pharmacy. He lives in Nohi Park. He's just recently got married over the summer. His parents are helping him. He's a millennium. He wants to.
Do his parents own a liquor store?
No.
No, my parents are contractors. We're in the construction business. We just want to open it up because I want the opportunity to provide for my future family within the next couple of years. Like my lawyer just mentioned, just got married a couple months ago, and pretty much I'm trying to live the American dream, trying to open up a business successfully.
And one other thing is that the name of the corporation is Bayside Wine and Liquors. That's purposely created for the focus more on wine. This is a new generation of a business owner that wants to focus more on wine than liquor itself.
I just wanted to mention there's a median. The side that I'm opening up, the liquor store is westbound. So traffic flowing would be only westbound for me while he's eastbound. We're talking about a very big cement barrier no one can really cross. And we're talking about illegal U-turns being made, which shouldn't affect his business at all.
Can I ask you to point where you're out, come out and point this out to me, because I can't seem to figure out exactly where your location is.
Yeah, so you get off the Grand Central Parkway.
Okay.
Where is Grand Central Parkway?
Right here.
Is this the whole area?
That's north south. So here's Grand Central Park right here.
That's Clearview Expressway, right? This is Clearview Expressway, right? So it's before Clearview Expressway, right here. So as you're getting off on Grand Central Parkway, you're getting off Union Turnpike exit. Let's say a lot of people go to St. John's, so they would be getting off Union Turnpike, and it's right here. You see right here, these are this is the block right here, parking. And his store is on this side, which is right in the middle right here. So a lot of people.
All right, thank you. But it is in the next block. Is that a divided highway?
It is. It is a divided Union Turnpike, similar to many locations on, on Hicksville. There's a
Thank you.
divider as well. I've really outlined very well the roads and everything.
Actually, it's very close to Mr. Marley's store.
Yeah, no, I know.
And also, people who are going eastbound, obviously Grand Central is right there, so they would go to his store and could pick up anything and then go right on the highway, or go towards Cross Line Parkway further down east.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, you go ahead. Get it in the microphone, please.
Again, it's only 0.1 mile.
I don't need you to repeat everything. We already know all that.
And I want to ask them, are they familiar this area? Do you know how much parking lot in front of your commercial building? How many?
If I could.
I don't need that. We have, there's on-street parking. You both have it. I'm aware of that.
Every day I pass by that area, the parking lot is all occupied.
I'm sure.
And in front of that is bus stop. No of car can park over there, even stopped.
Okay.
So many of my customers from east to western bound is parking across my street. This whole neighbor completely no meter. It's parking free. Okay, it's very convenient for them, not theirs.
Okay.
Thank you.
No.
There are 13 parking spaces. There are meter parkings on our side of it. I don't know on his side of it. I took a walk down. It's more than 2 minutes.
Okay, I got it. You have any questions?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
The retail space is very small compared to the other locations.
They're
that they have.
about to vote.
I'm looking at the sales of the stores around, and I don't think that anybody's doing, really tearing up the place. Granted, you're on the other side of the street, but it is only a block away. And I'm not sure that there are turnarounds, so I'm just not convinced that there's a public convenience and advantage to be met, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well on the same ground. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, 2753, Kinfolk General, Inc.
We get to see you early today, Frank, for you it is.
Good morning, my name is Frank Palillo. This is Norfolk Compromise.
I'll accept, I'm seeing that she's filing a change in method of operation,
Community Board's already been notified.
but there's not going to be a request for a DJ on that, is there? Because that wouldn't bother. She can change I don't know what the other issue was.
Were you changing this application from a restaurant to a bar?
It's, in truth, we're accommodating the authority at their request.
Okay,
We
'cause
do have
that's-
a small prep kitchen. Council's office felt that it wasn't enough kitchen to turn out the menu. We will be producing a completely
That
different,
you should do.
completely different
Yeah,
menu.
that you should do,
But I
but-
may very well file for a DJ, I don't know yet.
Well, then that needs to come here, because
Okay.
I generally
But if the
frown
community
upon
board-
that when they've already put one in there.
If the community board approves it?
Oh, yeah, then you can
You
have it.
realize this is an art space, it's an installation.
No, if they approve it, then,
Right, but
then,
But my point is, this is an art space, it's an installation, where occasionally we do have DJs. It's not a regular thing, but it's occasional.
well, you then convince them.
I'll see you in 3 months.
Okay.
Could I have a?
But I'll approve a
I
minute.
have a question for council on this one.
That's never good.
Yeah, that's not.
I heard that.
Yeah, I heard that too.
What do you want first?
I'll take the good news.
I think we have to adjourn this, because I think that council's office needs to talk to you about what the appropriate way of changing the method of operation is. And then we'll let you decide which way you want to go with that and come back. You understand?
I understand. Chris, do you want to take 5 minutes with me in the back of the room, or no?
Oh, that's scary, Frank. I don't
For me, not for you.
I think,
It's up to you.
no, I think the best way to do that is, we'll do it quickly, and I want to make sure that Jackie is also involved
All right,
when it
so
comes to the licensing questions.
So it's gonna be over to January 10th.
Yes.
It's fine.
Thank you.
But it won't affect, that's
It
going
won't affect-
to, I'm fine with the offer and
No, I
everything.
understand.
just-
I understand what Mrs. Held was.
Okay,
concerned with, so.
all right, thanks.
Thank you.
The other option was having Donald escort you to the pit of misery, Frank, all right?
Fourth floor.
Donald can't leave, he has to.
Oh, Donald, you can't leave, Donald, sorry.
2695 La Cucina.
Good morning, members of the authority. Happy holidays.
Same to you.
Board Chairman Bradley, Mr. Donahue,
Good morning,
Mariano.
or afternoon, I'm sorry.
Oh, my gosh,
It
yeah.
is?
It's almost one.
Lose track here.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
So the community board applicant, everybody's agreed to the attached stipulations with the hours?
Yes, I just want to go over them so that we don't have, we're on the same page, so we don't have any issues with the applicant.
Okay?
What does the authority have on record?
For your hours, currently what, 12 and during the week and,
2 a.m. on the weekends.
oh, 2 a.m. on weekends, yes.
It's actually Sundays through Thursday, 12, we're closing at midnight, and then Friday, Saturday, closing at 3 a.m.
That's not what we have.
No, that's, currently it's 2 a.m.
Currently, it's 2 a.m., yes.
Right,
we're
that's
moving
what we're
for
saying,
3 a.m.
that's what the commissioner was saying. That's what we have currently.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And you're looking to go to 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.
You're looking to,
She's saying weekdays she doesn't care about because they close at 12, but on the weekends, 3 a.m., holidays, birthday party, things of that nature. I would also like to mention that this is an 8-year-old licensee. It's a family-run business. Julia's met with the community boards on many occasions to work out stipulations, make sure security, everything that, in addition to soundproofing, and they also even have a soundproofing curtain, which they showed receipts to the community board regarding fireproofing, and they've really been, and according to quote-unquote, the community board, they're one of their most improved, and they're being used as an example for restaurants in the neighborhood.
And I'll just note for the record, I don't have anything pending. So
They may be the most improved, but they haven't done that long enough for me.
They had a fine.
They had significant issues in December of 2015, and we're in December of 2017, and now you want, and some of those issues were failure to comply noise, focal point for police attention, sustained pattern of noise and disorder, and now you want me to allow you to make more noise.
No, actually, with soundproofing, we're not going to make more noise, but I would add.
Well, now you're going to have a DJ karaoke.
Well, you and I, every time
Is this a restaurant?
It is.
Oh.
I know that's a big issue for you, restaurants.
It's
with
not.
DJ
It's a big
karaoke.
issue for me when they've had it already. When they go in and they make it a club at 10 o'clock at night. Now, we a year ago, we gave you more hours.
You did.
And now you come back a year later and you want more hours. But now you want to be able to have the DJ and the karaoke, so you want it to be a club. Apply to be a club.
No, with all due respect, Chairman Bradley, we've never been fined for dancing. Club, just because there's a DJ and karaoke, you have Cipriani's, you have Bagatelle. They're not dancing. They have DJ. They have karaoke.
And I don't have police focal point charges with Cipriani. I don't have noise and disorder charges with Cipriani. I don't have failure to comply noise charges with Cipriani.
Well, just so you know, when this application was applied for 8 years ago, and I've been working really hard with the community board on this application, and they are definitely the most improved restaurant. But they've been here 8 years. They are a fixture in the community. They've greatly. That was 2 years ago, and we're the issues for DJ and karaoke that was not put in the original method of operation, which the attorney forgot to do 8 years ago. They would have had this but for this situation now. So we're not asking.
But then they went and did it anyway.
No, but that was because they didn't know that it wasn't on their application. She came frantically to me. She goes, "We've never been fined for this. What is this?"
What was the fine in December
That was 2 years ago.
2015?
Yeah,
But then
that
there's
was how
another there's another fine in April of 2016 for failure to conform to the application. What was that for?
What was that for?
Books and records?
That was books and
No,
records.
we had books and records and failure to conform to the application.
I don't believe it was DJ.
So it's not even 2 years that she has a good. She's got a year and a half of good history.
Then can we concede on the hours? But DJ and karaoke, again, I know I go through this dissertation every time with the restaurants and in Latino neighborhoods, in Latino restaurants, it is a method of operation that is our community.
But do you want? Yeah, and we have a license for this. Come in and ask for it.
We're asking for.
No,
it,
you
but
want to
we're
be a
saying-
restaurant. This is not a restaurant.
But this is a restaurant with DJ and karaoke. It is. You leave. Bagatelle has a DJ in a restaurant on Sundays.
You keep
Because
mentioning.
we're equally situated. We are restaurants. If your issue is a restaurant with DJ and karaoke, please.
But you keep bringing up places that I can look up and they don't have a history
Because
like
they have
this.
the resources not to have these type of issues. Remember, we have police activity. We have police officers that do different jobs in different neighborhoods. Please, Bagatelle is a $75 brunch Sundays. We are a different clientele, a different neighborhood, and a different
That is
situation.
demanding resources from the police department that
We're
they
not-
shouldn't have to.
Not in the last 2 years,
Well,
Chairman.
and I told you that's not long enough for me.
Well, what I'm saying
If you want to
is
go
why
do another year, then or
Can we do another
perhaps if
6
there.
months? Because these
If
businesses.
she's clean for another 6 months, I'll do it. But she has not. By the way, she hasn't even been clean for 6 months now. I'm sorry, she's been clean. In December. The last charge was April of 2016. So it's a year and a half. I don't have a problem with the hours. I have a problem with the music.
So
If the
can we
community
get our
board wants
hours
to
and
give you
then-
the hours, then
Can we
fine.
get our hours and yeah.
I mean, you keep coming in here with these people with these histories, and you want me just to give them more.
I don't.
And until they prove to me that they deserve more. They're not getting more.
No, I don't. I want.
Yeah, you do. Yes, you do.
Improved.
You are the only one who does, but you come in here consistently with restaurants that have rap sheets as long as my arm and ask me to give them more. And that happens regularly.
Because I'm trying to, because since you have taken on the administration, the change in method of operation, a lot of the businesses did not have it. Until you were enforcing it, which, you know, I love you guys. I think the enforcement is great. But until you enforced it, some people didn't even know they didn't have DJ and karaoke. We need a chance for the transition so they can change their applications.
I've been here 3 years. How much more do you need?
No. This was 2 years ago, Chairman Bradley. She's changed.
I have been enforcing this for 3 years, and I'm sure it was enforced before I got here, correct? This argument you're having with me?
Don't say it wasn't, it was.
Was. But however, the applicants should be applying for and disclosing everything they want to do with the application.
That's what I
not
say
saying,
to
oh, I
everyone.
made a mistake.
Yeah.
And then we're all backtracking to try to fix it.
I hope not to come before you with clients with rap sheets as long as your arm, if that's any consolation.
Well, this one's almost as long as my arm. I'll give her the hours, the music, no.
I'm inclined to the same. And 6 months from now, we'll talk again.
Assuming there's nothing. I mean, if we come back in here and there's another pattern of focal point of police attention, if there's more pattern of noise and disorder, noise and disorder, that is extremely hard and difficult for us to sustain.
Well,
Yet we have it here.
Well, this one, I just want to tell you, they're on Westchester Avenue. The noise and disorder they were talking about were people smoking outside and congregating outside.
But they shouldn't be.
That's right.
There's people that live there.
I agree.
They shouldn't have to deal with this.
I agree, and
And there's people that these police should be guarding other than this restaurant. So 1 a.m., you move the hours to 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., and the rest of it's denied on my end.
Same here.
Thank you. Have a happy holiday.
You too.
everyone.
Next item, 2698, Village Restaurant Group LLC.
Oh, God.
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant. The application before you is an application to change the method of operation, specifically to extend the hours of the Sidewalk Cafe. This might sound familiar.
Yeah.
The reason it would sound familiar is because I was here 13 months ago requesting an extension of hours for the backyard garden as well as the Sidewalk Cafe. Hoping to make today's appearance a bit more brief than last time with the deep dive into the history. The way that things were left off a year ago, Chairman Bradley, you indicated that the backyard might be a problem no matter how long we can be responsible operators and how much we can do back there. However, the Sidewalk Cafe is something that you would consider if we had a good, responsible track record for another year or so. You'd consider extending those hours. So the application before you just concerns the Sidewalk Cafe, and the ask before you is an extension of hours, 1 hour additional every day of the week. No mention of the backyard, and this is actually less of an ask with respect to the Sidewalk Cafe than we made last time, and also underneath what the New York City guidelines are for sidewalk cafes. So again, this is a...
What are the guidelines?
12 and 1, I believe. And we are currently at 10 and 11. We're asking for 11 and 12. Again, bona fide restaurant. Yes, there was some history years ago. They've had a clean track record since then. If you recall, last time we presented hundreds of signatures in support, letters of support.
Yeah, no, we don't need to go through that
Yeah,
again.
I was hoping not.
No, I actually watched the video yesterday, so I'm familiar with it.
Great. I'm sure there's opposition here you might want to hear from.
Yeah, no, he's not here to see me. Yeah, now, how many, are the residents in support or against? Well, we'll hear from him first.
Sounded like a chorus there.
I just wanted to make one note. Bagatelle, which was referenced, we have an issue with their brunches, just in the previous case, so that's just.
I don't think we do, though, do we?
I will not speculate, but definitely feel free to send it along, Carter.
You know, I'm glad you watched the video. I did also. So I think start off in a little bit of a different place than we did 13 months ago. One of the things that's continued since then is that they have illegal benches that are along the periphery of their sidewalk cafe. I think that some pictures were emailed to you. I don't know if you guys had a chance to look at those. So the operation isn't.
I didn't get any. I mean, I'll take your
Generally,
word for it,
photo
but I didn't get any
enforcement.
pictures.
Was it in connection with this application or just in general?
In this application, that they have benches. I have a very bad black and white picture, which I can.
No, I don't need it.
Give to you, but there are additional benches that are set up in the periphery that aren't part of the licensed sidewalk cafe. When they came to us to present this change in August, the applicants said that they weren't aware that this was against the rules. Mind you, I think if you look at if you look back on the disciplinary hearings, the minutia and detail that were gone into on every single little topic are extreme. I spent multiple days personally testifying in this in the past case on this, and
With us?
Yes, with you guys.
On what, the backyard?
Yeah, 2 days. And I think the residents here spent a couple days as well. But the issue here is the impact on the outside, and it continues to be. Every single time there's been a change at this premise, there have been violations issued. In addition to the violations that you guys have, there are also violations in the New York City Department of Buildings for operating improperly in the basement, for blocking exits, for using curtains over exit doors. I can give you copies of those if you're interested. It's just every single time there's more happening that is not apparent in what's before you, and this is just another case. Some of the residents here live immediately next door. You can reach out, I think, if you stretched just a little bit from a seat in the Sidewalk Cafe and touch the residential front door next door. People live on the ground floor. That's why the issues of, as far as the extending the hours of operation on the ground floor are a big deal in this case. When the applicants came to the community board in 2015 to seek permission to use the Sidewalk Cafe from the Department of Consumer Affairs, they were asking for 10 p.m. across the board, 7 days a week. The agreement that was reached at that time was actually to operate until 11 p.m. on the weekends. I think that everybody feels that this is a reasonable balance as far as the issues that have been going at this location, and that's why we're against the further extension of the hours of operation.
Did you guys, did you vote on this? Because I don't think, I realized you were against it because you were against it last time, but we didn't get anything from you.
Yes, we
Did we?
did. It was August of this.
I don't think I got it.
It would have been sent in September as a part of the full board ratified the I can provide you with a copy of it.
I'm just asking.
Full board had ratified recommendation from August, unlike other community boards.
We
meet.
received it, it didn't get scanned in. It's not, if it
Okay.
was August of this year.
Okay.
Not in the records.
And
I mean, we have your old letter, so it's, I'm sure it's consistent.
this is,
Oh, wait a minute. October? Yep, there it is in there, sorry. It is in there.
It is in there? Then
Yeah,
why
it was
didn't we
scanned
get it?
back. I don't. Mistake.
I can give you a copy of the August 2015.
No, why don't you let your
Sure.
colleagues put their name on the record and come on up.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for letting us address you. I appreciate it very much. My name is Bill Keena. This is my wife, Mary. We live at 449 Hudson Street, which is immediately next to the restaurant. And just a little bit of history. We've been there for 20 years. When we moved in, it was a residential commercial. There was always some kind of commercial area. But 6 years ago, the restaurant came in, and from that point to now, there's been a pattern of overreaching and overpromising. And to now, you know about the history about the backyard usage. There's even recently, I think you've seen the video, if not, we have videos of recent misuse of the backyard, even though promises were made. And now the restaurant is asking to extend the front. Well, right now, they've put, and I have plenty of pictures here to show you if you'd like, but they put benches out over by the street, so and around the side. They've in effect enclosed the entire corner with their restaurant. Benches they're using as a waiting area for the tables, and then the other people go around the corner. They have umbrellas that overreach into the narrow space between the benches and the tables, and their wait staff keeps going up and down. So everybody's.
You have to walk in between the benches and
the
sidewalk.
umbrellas, and so two bad things happen. One, it creates a lot of noise because people on the benches are making a lot of noise, waiting to go into the tables, and then the people and cell phones and so forth. The other thing is, even after they close they stop using the tables, they don't pull the benches away. So people sit out on the benches till 2 o'clock in the morning on their cell phones, smoking, talking. People leave the restaurant, they sit on the benches out there, and the people that overflow go into front of our house. The other thing is that their staff and their clients or lock their bicycles up right next on the trees in front, and again, narrow that space down. We've gone to them, we've said, can you move your cafe around the corner? No one's over there. No. Can you eliminate the benches? No. Can you tie up your unused equipment in the back and put it in the back? Because now they tie it up right next to our door all day. And again, I have pictures of that to show you. And everything that we've asked for, they've said no, or they've just failed to respond. And so at this point, what I would ask this authority to do is, one, certainly not grant them the extended hours, because I don't think it would serve the community, certainly wouldn't serve us, and I don't think it's warranted. And the other thing, I would ask you to think about reducing their hours rather than extending them. And I would ask you to make them remove those benches and not put them out anymore. Those are my points.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for the record, so I'm Mary Jean Bonadonna, and I live right next door to Mary and Bill. The video that we sent is the one that I sent. That was taken October 6th or October 7th on a Saturday. And I think it's more representative, although I know the backyard's not an issue here. It's more representative of the way that they operate their restaurant. It's in complete defiance of any promise they've ever made orally or in stipulations, and it continues on and on and on. I've been in this building 4 times because of them, taken off days of work, been to countless community board meetings, as have Mary and Bill. They just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. They never give back. They just keep taking. And so what I'd like to say is, these are just not responsible operators. They never have been. Till this day, they still aren't, and they're not neighborly. So thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, my name is Catherine Quinn. I live at 545 Hudson Street. This particular block is a part of my late-night dog walking route. And what I wanted the commission to understand is that this section of Hudson Street is particularly residential, and particularly the sidewalk cafe with the benches is completely anomalous in this neighborhood. There are, in fact, across the street and up the street, a number of restaurants that have sidewalk cafes that don't put benches out, don't chain their bicycles to the neighbors. This particular group of operators, if you give them an inch, they take a mile. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you said you had pictures. Can I see your pictures? Mr. Levy? No, I'm familiar with the area. I'm just not familiar with the...
One picture of the benches. This is Google itself. You can see Google has the benches here and then one
Okay.
corner.
Can we keep these?
Sure.
Thank you.
You want any more pictures?
No, that's good.
Can I just give you one more thing? This is how they as I said, how they lock up their stuff at night. They go right next to our fence and they chain everything up.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Levy. How many tables are we talking about here? 3?
Talking about 6 tables,
Six?
2
Okay.
seats at each, so 12
No,
total
this
tables.
is unenclosed.
Unenclosed.
I don't think this, isn't this what we were talking about before?
No, this is, I think, too big enough. I'm looking at it, and I'm actually looking at a Google map of it right now, and I'm not noticing any barriers.
That's
And
what I'm saying.
I'm looking myself.
But didn't we have that conversation before?
But this is not a small unenclosed cafe. This is just a regular unenclosed cafe.
I believe if it's 1 row of tables, it's considered to be small.
I'd have to see the license.
But I'd have to check also.
Okay, well, go ahead. That's another issue for another day.
So, again, a lot of the grievances that you've heard here today from the residents, these are the same grievances that you heard 13 months ago. The only thing really that has changed is that we are now 13 months removed as responsible operators, contrary to what you've heard here today. If you recall, last time we flooded the authority with signatures, letters of support, and brought our own people in support to talk about how these guys.
No, and I'm sure you could do that again. I don't,
could do that again,
I'm not asking for that, and I'll recognize that the same people would be back here again.
I appreciate that.
Where are the operators? Are they here?
They're not. They're actually traveling today, sort of a last.
Twins, right?
Twins, yeah,
Yeah.
correct. But anyway, for what it's worth, the benches, that is a New York City issue. There was some back and forth communication with the landlord of the building as to whether this was part of the actual building line, public sidewalk, whatever it was. There are many people who love these benches. There are many people who sit in the morning and have coffee here or stop when they're walking their dog to sit on these benches and do enjoy them as an amenity. If this board feels like the benches are something that you'd like to direct that they get rid of in your purview in deciding whether it makes sense to extend the hours here, that's certainly something that we would listen to. For what it's worth.
I don't think that the benches themselves are an issue for the residents. I think what the benches are conducive to during the later hours are the issue.
I appreciate that point. And we don't, just to be clear, we don't serve on these benches.
But do you have people waiting to get in?
People are waiting, and could they wait on the benches? 100%. So if removing the benches is something that makes you feel more comfortable,
Did they put them there? Or did the landlord put them there?
they put them there.
Why?
Like I said, from the beginning here, if you recall, they had scaffolding put up as soon as they opened here, and the whole facade of their restaurant kind of almost put them out of business before they got started.
Yeah.
So this was like something to kind of dress it up a little bit and make it seem like it was a real place, but not a lot of people knew that it was. But again, for the last.
And what's the deal with the equipment?
I believe they're talking about just bicycles.
No, it's.
Chairs that are chained
So I could
outside.
see, I mean, I'm assuming this is a one-family house you're in? Yes. Yeah, so, I mean, you're right in our front yard. If my neighbor did that to me and I live upstate, I'd shoot him.
He's kidding.
Yeah, I am kidding. Yeah, I forgot I'm being taped. I mean, that's not right.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can ask them if there's another place we can put that stuff. If it's within their property line, if it's within their space, I'm sure if that's the sticking point, we could find another place for that equipment.
You have any other questions there, Chairman?
No.
Um,
Can I make a comment about the benches?
Nope. I think we covered the benches.
I would approve this under the conditions that the benches be removed. Those chairs and so forth that we see kind of unceremoniously chained out front should be discarded. Got to find a different place to do that with. I am not going to extend the hours during the week, but I would be willing to give you another hour just on Friday and Saturday nights. And that's the extent of it.
I'm actually, I'm going to deny the application. And I'm really familiar with this neighborhood because I worked there just outside this, in the next neighborhood over for 11 years. I recognize how residential it is, and they made, going into it as a restaurant owner, you make a deal with the community board knowing what you're getting into in this neighborhood. It's clear to me that there's a one-family house that is right next door to them. It's not an apartment building, it's a place where these people live, and I just think that that's what was agreed to. It was a compromise. It was clear to me because I know Mr. Booth's board. There's no way they would agree to this unless they thought that it was something everybody could live with. And I think you just have to live with it. I would, and the benches, that's something you guys need to work out. I don't have any, since you're not serving there, it's not in my purview.
Sure.
But,
And, you know,
this stuff, it looks like a nice place, and it clearly is not a problem, in my view, living nearby it, because it looks like it's a pretty mellow place. I would think that they would want to be good neighbors. For whatever reason, your neighbors don't find them that way.
I appreciate that, and it's kind of the same thing over and over, no matter how much good history we can build on the past here. So I guess my question.
Well, I mean, just this, it's obvious that something was said to them about this and nothing has occurred. I think that would go a long way, so.
Well, I think for what it's worth, it's not just as one-sided that these guys don't listen and don't pay attention.
Oh, I'm not saying it was. They seem like guys that were nice guys. I just think that you're in a neighborhood that is extremely sensitive to this type of activity. And it always has been. It's not, this isn't something that just gentrified. It was always like that. I haven't been there in 8 years working, and I was down there last month, and it's exactly the same. I mean, it's a very quiet place, and that's why the people live there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, even the extra 2 hours that Commissioner Ford was really willing to give on the weekends would make such a difference to these guys. It's an extra turn.
Mr. Levy, we have.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I'm going to stick with the, because I also know that, I'm sticking with it because I know that they gave you more than they wanted to, because I know him, and there's no way that they were completely satisfied with what they gave out, and so I don't want to change that because I think it was fair at the time, given this neighborhood, so.
And I would still take care of those benches and those chairs out front, one way or the other.
Thank you.
All right, next item, 2758, Times Square Convenience, Inc.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, members of the of the board. My name is Michael James. I represent Times Square Convenience, Inc. If you remember, this application actually first appeared before the board in August of this year.
Yeah, I voted yes on this. He voted no, so I'll leave it up to him what he wants to do.
Okay.
I don't know if he remembers it.
Yes, I do, yeah.
I did submit supplemental documents. I can address the major points to those, if you would like.
Is there any opposition here?
No, no one appeared last time either.
Okay.
I'm willing to reconsider and approve.
Okay.
All right, so I'll reconsider and approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next item, 2697, SLK Premier, Inc.
Good morning. My name is Tushar Kumar. I'm the proud owner of Kiss Liquors. My goal today is to obtain a liquor license for the proposed location at 100-08 Northern Boulevard, Corona, New York.
Okay, let us hear from the opposition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andrew Park. I'm representing Fortune Liquors and Northern World Liquors. They're the two closest stores to the proposed applicant on Northern Boulevard.
Wait, Northern Liquors, and who was the other one?
Fortune Liquors.
Okay.
So the proposed location is at 100-08 is located in what's considered Northern Corona. The population base, based on the New York City Census Fact Finder for 2010, was around 52,000 people. Of that, that group, 67% of them live in housing, which is 1 to 4 family. Nothing as far as large high-rises or apartment buildings are within this area. Since 2010, according to the same census, there's only been 45 new housing units built. So this is not an area where you have a large influx of new population moving in. Within this area, there's already 7 liquor stores, one which I believe you approved last year, and that is PPL Liquors, which opened on Astoria. All 7 liquor stores are located.
That's not the one I got. I have Sajoma Liquors that we approved in September of this year.
Okay. But I spoke to the owner at PPL, and he said that he opened just.
Oh, he might be, but he's not one of the four closest.
Okay, right. So the 7 stores are all located within 0.38 miles, based on the information provided.
7 stores in how many miles?
0.38, less than half a mile.
Okay.
Okay. The one client, Fortune Liquors, he's about 0.35 miles away, and Northern World is about a quarter of a mile away. The location that's proposed would be right smack in the middle of the 2 stores on Northern Boulevard already. Fortune Liquors, from what I saw, was they have sales of less than $500,000. They showed a small uptick from 2015 to 2016, about 2%. And as of this year, their sales are pretty flat. The owner...
Are they bulletproof or open?
Fortune is bulletproof, and Northern is open.
Okay, thank you.
Basically, what would end up happening is, because there's no new development or a big influx of population moving in, the location that's proposed would only be drawing from customers that are already being serviced by the 2 Northern Boulevard locations. I mean, the only convenience, if anything at all, would be that the customers would be walking a few less blocks. My client, Fortune, would be most impacted because the customers that he would be drawing from the west of him, going towards the proposed location, would go to the new location. On to the east, he's bordered by Grand Central Parkway, so he really doesn't have much as far as clientele coming from them. Given the number of stores that already exist in this area, and the fact that I believe you may be reconsidering an application across the street from the proposed, the 100-24, I think it was on the calendar earlier today.
Today?
Chiquito?
We already did that one.
What'd I do?
Good question.
That was return to licensing. It's not exclusive. This was the church. You want us to send an investigator.
That was liquor store?
Liquor store. Chiquita Liquor, yeah.
Okay, that's still in licensing.
Right.
So that has to come back here.
Right. But I'm sure that if the proposed licensee of this application were approved, he'd be right back here, with the same argument that
Yes.
it's of oversaturation. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks.
Right, guys, good afternoon again. I have multiple exhibits to present to you guys as part of my file.
Yeah, we have them.
You guys have them?
Yep.
So I'm excited to bring a new store to the area, and I chose my location specifically because the economic changes that are happening in the community. Coming from a banking background and being a local New Yorker, I have seen gentrification take a hold of Long Island City, Astoria. 3 years ago, it started in Woodside, Sunnyside, and since last year, East Elmhurst and Corona have been fortunate enough to experience such changes as new developments are in progress. My target area is presented to you in maps, which can be found in Exhibits B and B1. In this highlighted area, you guys can see the projected target area we're looking to cover. We look at Exhibit A, we can see over 50 pages of provided area, and we look to service that include hundreds of residences. Now, the reason this is important is because my target is not going to take away business from my competitors. My 2 closest competitors are 14 long blocks apart. 94th Street Northern World and 108th Street Fortune World. As a local New Yorker having a local store at this location.
You're telling me that Northern World Liquors is 14 blocks from you?
14 blocks from 94th Street Northern World is 14 blocks away from 108th Street Fortune World.
Right.
But I'm asking, how far is it from you?
From me, I'm on 100th Street. So it's going to be 6 blocks and 8 blocks.
So you're right in the middle of them?
Yes.
What are the proposed new developments that you're talking about?
So now we do have about 9 development programs that they have. It's on Exhibit H, also an Exhibit H1. If you see, New York City has just approved a $2 billion project to build a convention center a few blocks away. So this convention center will bring hundreds of new apartments, hotels, and retail space to the area.
So they haven't dropped a shovel in the ground for the convention
No, they
center?
have. They have, and they have started digging there already.
But
Now,
you're
I
saying
drove-
that as a result of that convention center, there's going to be new apartments?
New apartment.
You have
So,
evidence of that, or you're
we
just,
we have that in the exhibit H1.
they're approved plans already?
Yes.
But not being under construction yet?
No, they're still under construction. They already started construction.
On the
there.
apartments?
Yeah, not on the apartments, on the whole convention center as it is. And you can just imagine what type of business that will bring if.
Yeah, but that could be 5 years away.
But, you know, at the same time, even if it's 5 years, 3 years away, I'm actually not bringing a new liquor store to the community. I'm actually replacing an existing one. Bow Liquors was on 98-10 Northern Boulevard, which was a block and a half away from where my proposed location is. I believe it closed a year ago, which was actually closer to Northern Liquors than what my proposed location is.
But we just licensed Sajoma Liquors in September of this year, which is in that same general vicinity.
Oh, where?
It's at
where's-
102-04 37th Avenue.
But that's a whole different traffic that we have over there.
Well, but that's within walking distance. And then we licensed Fortune in December of 2014.
But isn't Jahoma, wasn't it a replacement store?
That I don't know.
I think it was just change in ownership.
No, well, not based on what I have here.
It's a brand new liquor store. But at the same time, 34th and 102nd, and I'm going to be on 100 and Northern Boulevard. Most of us, it's going to be traffic coming in. For these two liquor stores, they're on corners, and they have their own traffic. Fortune, I believe it's on 94th and Junction. No, sorry, Fortune, Northern is 94th and Junction. Those are two boulevards that have their own traffic. It's Northern and you're on Junction. You have a Junction traffic as well. And it's bulletproof. What I'm going to be different is it's going to be an open concept that I'm going to bring trust to the community. And also, I believe Northern is closed also. You guys have glasses all around. I'm not sure if it's bulletproof, but I know it's a closed concept on Northern and Fortune on both stores. So it's not an open concept at all. Doesn't matter what they say.
I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying. The problem I'm having is that we opened, in the last 3 years, we've opened 2 stores, 2 of which are the 4 closest stores to you. One of which we just opened in September. I don't even know if it's open yet, is it?
Well, it's issued, just to reflect on that one, it was a replacement. The prior licensee had abandoned,
Okay.
so that was a replacement.
But my point being that I don't know how that's going to affect the other stores.
See, sales have gradually did grow up.
Yeah, but I can't tell because there's 2 new stores here, so I don't know how they're going to do with the other stores.
But they were doing what they were doing before. It was all replacements, even for Bow Liquors.
Well, I don't know. How long was that Sajoma closed?
The-
We don't even know because it was just abandoned,
It
right?
was abandoned in February.
But
That's
we
when
found out
that's
about
when
it
we
in
found out about
February.
it, right.
It could have been abandoned for a year. What are you going to do differently that they're not doing?
Now, one is going to be an open concept. 2, I'm big on customer service coming from a banking
Well, the
background.
closest store to you is an open concept. So what are you going to do
Which
that
one
he's
is open concept?
Northern World, correct?
No, it's not open concept. There's a glass. You go in. There's a huge glass throughout the whole thing.
They close, but during the day they're open.
So I can go in and touch a bottle without you handing it to me? Okay,
That
that's
is
open.
not true. That is not true at all. It's a closed concept. I've been there. It's a closed concept.
Well, what do we have? Jackie, do we keep that?
Which one is that?
Northern World Liquors, is that closed or open?
Let's see if it's. Not going to find it there. I got to go on the web to find it.
All right.
I'm going to continue.
So what are you doing differently other than being open?
Now, what I'm going to do is what a lot of liquor stores don't have. There's a detachment between them and the community. Now, one being open concept, for them to be able to pick a bottle and bring it to the register is completely different than going to any of these 2 stores, pointing at a bottle, and giving it sent to you after you give the payment in. Now, another thing, I'm going to have adapters on the platform. Adapters meaning I'm going to have one individual that's going to guide traffic coming in, talking to them, greeting them, and giving them recommendations on bottles, on liquors, on wines, things of that nature. And then they will walk them to the register, and I'm going to have 2 adapters on the floor at all times.
What are adapters? You mean people?
It's a bank term I use, I apologize. 2 people that are going to be using that, and they're going to be using it basically on customer service, bringing that to the community.
How often are you going to be there?
I'm going to be there from every day from all 7 days. I'm off on Thursdays and Sundays. I'm going to be there all day. On Fridays, I will be there from 5 till closing, and on the weekdays, I'll be there from 5 till 12, till closing as well. And my goal overall is to leave banking over the next 6-7 months. And I want to use my vacation time, my personal time, and I'm going to be at the business. And when it's a success, I will eventually leave banking completely.
What are the hours you're proposing?
I'm proposing 10 to 12, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on the weekdays, and I am proposing 12 to 9 on Sundays.
Any of your relatives own liquor stores?
No.
How did you end up doing this?
Now,
Or
I
why?
always wanted a liquor store. I always wanted something I could brand myself. And with a liquor store, I realized any liquor store I go to, doesn't matter where it is, the service is very rude. And I feel like I could bring something that people bring to retail when it comes to banking. It could come to restaurants. It could come to service. They're lacking that. I want to bring that to Kiss Liquors. I want Kiss Liquors to be, a stagnant for when it comes to customer service for the liquor store, for the liquor industry.
On Northern, the application was prior to us asking.
So we don't know.
And I looked at the diagrams, doesn't indicate, but the pictures clearly show that it's a bulletproof arrangement.
They do?
He's got, yeah, but it's all the.
But you shut it at night?
It's behind.
Shut it down with the night because they have a lot of wine selection. Before when I took it over like 3 years ago, it was closed. Now I let it open.
Chairman Bradley, you could go into that liquor store.
All right. What's Sajoma? Has anybody been in Sajoma? 102-04 37th Avenue.
There's a junction, there's a big store next to me, that's open store too. 3557, there's a big warehouse that the store is open.
Next to you?
Yeah, on Junction.
How is that not on here?
Like 2 blocks from me. On Junction 35.
I don't think it's there. There are only 4 stores. In
No,
the
it wouldn't
vicinity.
be. It wouldn't be something you need to
not
do. I'm
there
just
at
wondering
all.
why we don't have it.
3547. That's a big open store.
That's Dark Horse Liquoring.
Sajoma was listed as.
That's not in the vicinity at all.
Listed as?
A bulletproof.
Okay.
What is it listed as?
It's listing here as they indicated they were operating a bulletproof.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Okay. Anything, Commissioner?
No.
All right. I'm ready.
All right. We have one store is open 2014. Seems like they're about holding steady. The one issued just September, a couple months ago, we don't have anything on them yet. And that's that's even closer to you. I just don't think that that's enough time has transpired yet for us to be able to tell if there's a public need, advantage and convenient to be met. So I think you're a fine applicant. I'm not sure this is the location at this point in time, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Can I say one thing? While it did,
I would have voted to approve only, really the only reason because at a minimum, the two of the 3 closest stores are bulletproof. And the third one may be, although he denies he's fully bulletproof, but at a minimum, he's partially bulletproof, and I think that the public convenience and advantage is served by an open store, and it sounds like you were heading in a direction where you were going to be very active at the place, and I liked your method of operation, so I would have approved. But because there's a split vote, it's denied. And I would recommend you look at another place, because I don't think he had any problem with you or your method of operation. I think it was more the location.
But, when I did get signatures from the local businesses and the people, they knew that Bow Liquors was there, and they want a liquor store in the area. And with LaGuardia going under...
I think he was just concerned about the fact that there were new stores there, and we can't tell what the sales numbers are, which makes sense.
All right. The next item, 2696, 263 Deli Inc. Anybody for that?
2696.
2696, 263 Deli Inc. All right. 2730,
We're not doing 2696 now?
We're doing
you're,
it.
yes, you're here for 263 Deli? Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Arslyn Martin, and I'm a representative for Mr. Al-Rashani, who is the applicant. This is a new store that he got from the landlord. And
So he had a license revoked,
yes, he did.
and then he had another one canceled.
It was in some time ago, We're talking like about 17 years on one.
Well, no, the date of cancellation on the one was 6 years ago. Is he currently licensed?
No. And this will be baby because he's going to be there permanently. He's going to be there at all time.
So he's been licensed 4 times, it appears, and we revoked one with a 2-year prescription on one, and we canceled the other, and now you're telling me he's going to run a business and be there all the time? And you expect me to believe it?
Well, that's his baby now. He has nothing more to go on. That's what he's going to
What happened to the last one?
Well, he goes back to his country and come back at all times.
Where's his country?
Yemen.
Yemen?
But, I mean, wasn't he found responsible for selling alcohol?
Oh, yeah.
He didn't even have a license to somebody under 21. So it's a sale to minor without even having a license.
That was you?
It's a gift.
No.
So, I'm going to deny. There's a consistent disregard for the law here that just makes it impossible for me to give him a license. And, council pointed out a sale to a minor when he wasn't licensed. He's got numerous sale to minors when he was, some of which were under 18 at the time. So you come in here and tell me this is going to be his baby and he's going to follow the law, but there's nothing in these papers that would indicate that's the case. So I'm going to deny.
And just sold in May to an underage minor without a license, so I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Thank you. Have a good Christmas.
Next item, 2733 Studio Wine and Spirits Inc.
The woman? I don't know.
Say the number again, Tom.
2733.
Is there any objectors here? Nope.
This one's towards
Could you just note who you are?
Yes, my name is Jim Chen. I am the representative for Studio Wine.
This isn't a recon, is it?
No, it's new.
Or is it?
2733? Yeah, it's new.
Is
And
it?
this is the applicant?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
It was, that's for another location.
We disapproved an applicant at this address. Were either one of you the applicants that we disapproved?
No.
You know the applicant?
Well, she was my client. before, yeah.
And now you're in it together, or are you just representing her? Her?
Oh, I represent her now.
Okay.
The other client has moved on to buy a deli and no longer is interested in that business. And,
So what's your connection to this building?
oh, nothing, I'm just the representative for the client.
How did you find him?
Well, because he used to represent one of her and his client who got rejected before, and we knew each other through a mutual friend, and that's how he got recommended.
So you don't know the former applicant at all?
Well, I've met her once, but I'm not, we don't know each other personally.
How is she using the same lease as the former applicant?
Well, as far as I know, the landlord has just written like a piece of addendum or affidavit of some sort to let her take over the lease at that time. And then once...
Is that accurate?
That's a request, that was something that we'll ask as a subject to. The landlord signed consent to the lease assignment to this applicant. That'll be, if approved, that would be one of the conditions.
I mean, why, you've named it exactly the same? I mean, my big concern here is that you're connected to this woman we disapproved. And it looks like, I know you're telling me you're not, but I've had people tell me they're not, and then I find out a month later, in fact, we shut a restaurant because she told me she wasn't, and we found out a month later she was.
No, I really don't know her.
Then why would you name it the same exact thing?
She took over the whole book, everything. That lady had no idea what she was going to do with everything. I mean...
What do you mean you took over the whole book?
Took over the corporation?
But why? There is no corporation. You can get a license. She didn't buy anything. So she had a lease that was unenforceable. I'm assuming the lease was contingent on her getting licensed, right?
No, sir.
So she was stuck in that lease?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Again,
Who signed that lease? Or who helped her sign that lease?
I'm not sure about that, not me. So last time it was disapproved simply because the board determined that she has no experience. And with this whole lease and the corporation book and everything, it's proven true. So she went out and found another buyer to take over her lease, which she couldn't get out of unless she could find somebody for the landlord.
And you work in a liquor store, or you did work in a liquor store in Astoria?
Yes, I used to work at Astoria Wine and Spirit for almost 3 years, since 2014, as store manager.
Astoria Wine Inc.? Is that on 34-12 Broadway?
Yes.
So it's the third closest store. And he's not protesting? And he's not protesting? Has no problem with you opening a store that's 0.5 miles away from him?
That location used to be a store as well.
But does he know you're applying for a store there?
I don't think so.
How could he not? You're telling me he doesn't even know you're applying? Okay. You know the name of the guy who owns the place?
Used to own the place?
No, that owns Astoria.
Oh, Astoria, Yan, that's his name.
Yen what?
G-A-O, his last name.
Do we have anything on him?
Yeah. As for Astoria Wine, I noticed extensive investigation for availing
He's the manager. He's just a manager over there.
from
It's funny, he worked there and he's just a manager. And you tell us initially he owns it, and that's probably exactly what we're looking at.
we should probably recess if you want to hear more about
No, I don't need to hear more. All right, I'm going to deny it. I think that for a cause, I think that she's involved with the owner of Astoria Wine, which is clearly a direct competitor of this place. And I don't think that she's being 100% truthful with me, so I'm going to deny.
Denied as well.
And we're going to take 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right, we are back on the record. Next item, 2705, Top Shelf Inc.
Afternoon. My name is Camelia Singh, and I am the owner of the proposed new liquor store, Top Shelf Inc., located at 923 East 107th Street in Canarsie.
Did you apply here once before for this place?
No.
You realize that we rejected this exact location in April, so what changed?
Me?
Okay,
No.
let me, so we have opposition? So let me hear from the opposition, then we'll hear from you.
My name is Mareda Reyes, and I'm the owner of Chuito and Caridad's Liquors Incorporated, which is at 10419 Glenwood Road. The store that is being proposed, I believe that the place hasn't changed. It's in a small strip mall, and the exact location is next to a daycare. And it's in walking distance of a new junior high school that's been there now for 2 years. The store is too close to my store. I'm not making my ends meet yet. I'm getting closer because I have a lotto machine now. But I shouldn't have to make up for what I need with the lottery. And I'm not making enough money to pay for my bills on time. It's way too close to me. We're maybe 2.5 blocks from each other. So, again, I'm here. The address is different. I don't know what they gave as an address last time, but now we have a street address, which is in Google. My
What do you
son-
mean? What was the address last time?
I don't remember, but I know nothing was mentioned about East 105th Street. I believe they gave an address on Flatlands Avenue,
No, this is East 107th.
107th. I'm near the corner of 105th.
Are you, did that Arsonia open?
Arnona.
Arnona is open?
I think Arnona is not ever going to open again. There's a new supermarket there, and they've taken over the whole section there. They're going to open up soon.
Wasn't that taken out of safekeeping, that license?
Which one is that again?
Arnona?
Arnona's Liquors, and the last time I was here, it had just been taken out of safekeeping.
Secretary Donahue, why did we deny it before?
I'll tell you, that was one of the decisions just got taken care of, so let me go look at it and see what it says.
I think it was public convenience and advantage, I remember
I
that.
believe so too, I just want to double check.
Okay, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
That was on 4/26.
Go ahead.
Okay. I have been, okay, so I'm from the neighborhood. Let me just start by saying that. I've been to every neighboring liquor store that's listed in my exhibit, which is TJ Liquors, Chuitos, Galaxy Discount, and also Spring Creek. Now, first, let me start because as a member of the neighborhood, I have pulled up before 2 Chuitos, and I submitted pictures as well of Chuitos, and I was very intimidated to even get out my car and approach the liquor store.
Well, she was intimidating you? She doesn't look that intimidating.
No. The liquor store is a very tiny store. She was not there. There's always a bunch of guys inside the liquor store, and also about the sales and competition. in Exhibit L, there, she's basically the only liquor store in the area. The area store has the potential of making great amounts of profit, but she is the only store that's not hitting anywhere close to $100,000.
Oh, no, she's at almost 2 now.
Oh, well, that's not what I have.
For 17, she's at 100,000, but that was back in June, I guess, or probably October. Last year, she hit 198,000.
Wait, so we have different, yeah. So, besides her, the neighboring liquor stores, they're making well over $1 million. And these are liquor stores,
That are on the avenue, though.
yes.
Yeah.
And with her liquor store, though, I'm proposing to serve,
See, here's the problem. You seem like a good candidate, but we just disapproved one at this building.
Chairman, I just
Yes.
pulled up
In
the
April.
decision.
Yeah.
And what, just hold on for a
I'm
second.
sorry.
What you did in the decision, you indicated that there was no, all the sales have been consistent over the past few years. There was no evidence of a change in the growth of the population, change in the population. There was community opposition to another liquor store in the area. And there were, at that point, 5 stores within 1 mile of the location.
Which we're in the same boat right now. We just issued one in May. That's Brooklyn Estates Industry, which is the 5th closest. That's within 1 mile of you.
right, and it's on, okay, so if you look at my maps, the area I'm looking to service is actually, from like Flatlands, southbound of Flatlands. So it doesn't go over into the northbound, which that's where Chuitos is located.
Well, you can't control who comes into your store. They could be coming from anywhere. The point I'm making is that how I denied somebody 8 months ago who was a good candidate as well.
Right.
Because the decision would have said that they weren't, if they weren't. And I did it because of the number of stores that were there, their sales numbers, and the fact that the population hasn't changed. And this isn't, you're not a block away or 2 blocks away, you're in the same exact building.
Right.
So how would it be fair to that person to grant a license for you 8 months later when nothing has changed?
Okay, can I just briefly say this?
Sure.
The thing that was brought to my attention is that the only reason the license was not approved 8 months ago was, and I will quote Commissioner,
Ford.
Ford. I'm so sorry. You said-
Somebody called him Commissioner Kim earlier, so you're fine.
No, I'm so sorry. No, you said if Arnona wasn't there, you would have approved the license 8 months ago. So I have been since.
He did.
Huh?
He said it.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Okay. I'm so sorry. But I have been doing like my own, like she said, the supermarket that she's referring to that's open, it's not open. That whole building, it's vacant. And
We have it. Is that out, Jackie? Out of safekeeping?
That's not.
Arnona was revoked.
Oh, we did revoke it because they never
It
opened.
went into safekeeping and then it was subsequently revoked.
Yes. And I have been going out, taking pictures of them, because I live in the area. And I am also going to.
Where was Arnona located?
It's on Flatlands.
And what?
Flatlands and, wait, I think one. Just give me a second. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, it was on 11060 Flatlands Avenue.
So do you know where that is?
Yes, it's on, I know exactly where it is. I know all the stores inside that strip mall.
So what street is it near? 105th, 110, what?
It's on like Sheffield, I think. Sheffield is bordering that, because beyond that, it's not a street. I think it's Louisiana on the other side of that.
I'm not following you. It was Flatlands and what?
Flatlands, okay, before it turns into numbers, before it go into 108, it it's worded streets, so I think it's.
Oh, I see, okay. So it's across it's across the creek.
Yes, it is. And I'm also going to introduce, because I'm from the Caribbean, I have a lot of friends that lives in the neighborhood. I want to introduce, because I've been to a lot of liquor stores looking for a variety of Caribbean liquors. There's no liquor store in the area, in my area right now, that, provide any type of Caribbean alcohol.
Chairman, that was one of the issues raised last time, too. And the other stores denied that and said they carry those products.
All right.
Do you know who's bulletproof?
Yes.
Who?
Everyone except Spring Creek. So that would be Galaxy, TJ,
And
Chuitos.
Chuito is
Yes,
bulletproof
bulletproof.
too. So the three are bulletproof and Spring Creek is not. And what about Brooklyn Estates?
They're open.
And what are you gonna be?
Open.
All right.
I just want to try to
Where are you on this?
change it up. Change it up.
The other stores definitely closed and gone, right? Arnona?
Yeah,
Oh, it's
should,
gone.
better be gone. It's
Yeah.
revoked.
But it wasn't revoked when the last time we considered this.
When was that?
April.
No, it wasn't revoked till October.
Yeah. So I'm inclined to approve to remain consistent.
Thank you very much.
I didn't say that's a vote yet. I'm just
Okay.
giving you a sneak preview here.
All right, we can vote. Go ahead.
All right, well, I vote to approve to replace a store that's no longer there.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Oh, thank you so much.
For the same reason, she's gonna be open. The three closest are not open, they're bulletproof. And two, because Aranona, which was clearly a big reason Commissioner Ford voted against the license in April, has been revoked because it never opened. And that is, I believe that would be one of the four closest had it opened. And it didn't, so I'll vote to approve. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Same to you.
All right, the next item, 2714, NYHK West 40th LLC.
Good afternoon. It's an offer and compromise.
I'll accept.
That's the good news.
I'll accept.
That's the good news. Have a Merry Christmas, folks. Enjoy
You
the
too.
holiday.
The next item, 2774, Zero Lounge Restaurant, Inc.
2774.
About 2 weeks ago, Zero Lounge, changing the method of operation. Ms. Martinez was unable to appear at that time, so we postponed for today.
Say that again?
Ms. Martinez was unable to appear that day, so you requested.
Oh, okay, yep, okay.
So we're back here today. I have Luisa Martinez, principal of the application.
The community board has signed off on this,
That's correct.
all of it.
Correct. Sure.
Do we have anything open on this, Chris?
I do not.
Where do you plan on having, maybe I'm just not seeing the diagram, where are you planning on having the live music being performed?
That's what you already have.
Are we taking tables and chairs away to do this? Mr. Acosta?
Let me
Okay.
ask. Look at that. Bar area right here. Okay, towards, when you go in on the left-hand side of the establishment,
Okay,
There's like an area for seating there.
okay.
So the performance is going to be occasionally, like, not even on once a month, so it's just basically trying to comply.
Was
with-
that more like a raised platform area with 6
Yeah,
tables?
basically, so it's like a raised platform, VIP section for eating, serving food. And like I said, basically the request is to be in compliance with all regulations from the authority in order to avoid any future violations.
Where is it that says that the community board is okay with this?
Oh,
I have a letter here
they
from-
sent a non-specific letter that says they're okay with their alteration application, which doesn't really,
Yeah, this says one from June 29th.
Yes, that's when we appeared.
What is,
that's when they
July 2nd?
appeared.
Oh, that's from you, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one.
what kind of live music you're talking about having?
It could be acoustics, it could be, say, like a, what do you call it? Yeah, it's like
The application,
Bohemia, like, it's normally like guitar, people sing like pre-recorded songs that already, it's not gonna be, live performers.
It's not like a full-blown band, you mean?
No.
the application in 2016 had DJ on it, right, and live music and everything?
No, there's just actually a stipulation on it that there's no DJ, but there is music allowed.
No, I'm asking though what she asked for.
Oh, and originally?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, she's been open a year and has already paid us $20,000.
Yeah, I was discussing that with Ms. Martinez. Unfortunately, both violations were not received a notice of pleadings. As a matter of fact, when
I don't care how we got there.
Seeing whether or not they were stipulations you imposed, and that's not.
Are they
I'm working on that part of it.
I don't care how we got there. My point being that you want me to give her more when she didn't comply with the law to begin with. And it was only like yesterday.
They originally applied for recorded music, use of DJ, no dancing. And the board stipulated recorded to only, no DJs.
All right, she needs to wait 6 months. I don't care what the community board said, because I'm the one who said no DJ, and she did it anyway. So,
But when
6 months from this date.
she needs to come back,
Yeah.
reapply in June
June next
2018.
6 months.
Without, and without another enforcement action. If there is, don't bother.
All right, the next item, or items, 27, 41, 42, 43, and 44, Sports Zone Cafe, Inc.
Chairman, Mr. Ford, Victor Molina on behalf of Sports Zone Cafe. I'm here with the owner, standing to my right. Dennis Rogers.
What is the sound reproduction device that they talk about here?
It's something attached to a speaker system
Yeah.
that won't allow them to raise it beyond a certain volume.
So a limiter.
That's correct.
12, 23.
Yeah, that's, I said, you want to see what I wrote?
Yeah, I bet it's what I wrote.
Yeah. I'm not going to accept this. This is low. I'm somewhere you're not going to want me to be, so if you can convince Commissioner Ford to be somewhere else, I'll probably go with him.
kind of think this place is a disaster. But you've already paid almost $25,000 in fines. So I just add it up. Yeah, I think your penalty's kind of low, too. I would do no less than 20,000.
And 15-day suspension.
And I'd be okay with letting go on the suspension. So you can
I'll
make
do
the-
25 and no suspension.
Yes, we'll take it.
Well, hold on, you've got two different numbers.
Yeah.
We'll take the
25 and no suspension.
Oh, you were at no suspension, right?
Yes, I was
Yeah,
at
so
20.
25 and no suspension.
$50,000.
What?
Over the
So you're accepting that proposal?
That's the end. That's the end.
I made it clear to him that if we were going to be present today, that there would be no further discussion.
There won't. I mean, well, the next time there's 8 charges, if one of them you can go to hearing all you want, but if one of them gets sustained, he's done. So,
He understands. We'll take the 25,000 as a settlement.
okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Next item, 2715 While We Were Young LLC.
While we were young. I like
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant. There's one notice of pleading here with 3 items on it that all stem from the same instance, and I think some context is important. We appeared before this board in February of 2016. It was a full board case. The community board did not agree with us to approve our application. This board did with certain stipulations. One of those stipulations concerned the outside of the space. The chairman, I believe, you had asked what type of facade it's going to be, if it's going to be fixed or if the windows were going to open. My client responded that it was absolutely going to be fixed. Turns out since that hearing, my client submitted plans to Landmarks, and again, I don't do Landmarks work, so I'm getting this sort of secondhand. And the Landmarks Preservation Committee denied the plans for a fixed storefront because there were accordion doors there, period. So I spoke to Deputy Commissioner Held around this time because a complaint came into the authority that there were accordion doors when they're supposed to be fixed. We had this conversation. I told her that although it would be accordion doors to be in accordance with LPC, they would remain shut, which was my client's understanding. They would remain shut. They did not remain shut. The reason they did not remain shut was because, again, tiny space, open kitchen, their air conditioner died. It was work that could not be performed by a repairman simply and get them to be open, so they did open the windows, which obviously was an issue. Before you is a CNC, along with obviously the promise to understand that those windows cannot be operable. I'm hoping that with that context, the board would understand this isn't.
I'll accept, but you want to know what I wrote on yours? This was just dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, what, if the air conditioner breaks and you know that these doors are supposed to be fixed, then you shut.
Look,
it's over. I mean, that's the point of, now I get the historical society and saying that you can't change them, whatever, but that they have to be the same, well, treat them as a wall. They're not windows.
This is exactly the conversation I had with my client, and his answer to this was that they've spent so much money, this place is really a pit, and they were so far over budget, and they had just gotten opened late, and they were really hemorrhaging money, and they had just opened, so they were trying
No,
to
I get that, but
get
it's
a little
not,
bit
you
attractive.
can't, you're not going to get away with it, and you know it as well as I do, that particularly in that neighborhood, that somebody is going to
I assure you
complain.
this was not my advice.
Oh, I know. I'm yelling through you, not at you.
Got it.
What floor are these windows on?
Ground.
Ground floor? I don't know, I had something similar to what the chairman said, was my notes were like, why is this so hard? You know, I mean.
Yeah, well, that was the reason. It's a 20 seats, open kitchen.
Yeah.
It took them forever to get open. They were sort of sold a bill of goods here. The place was not in the kind of shape that it was represented that it was. So they were trying to do this the right way, and they went way, way over budget. Took them forever to open, and again, dumb mistake. And
Should have
hoping not to
just
make any-
shut down for a while. I'm against windows being made not to open. I don't think that's a good idea anywhere. So,
Well, unfortunately, LPC wouldn't allow them to change the facade, which was their initial plan.
all right, well, I will accept the 7,500.
Thank you.
Wait, how are we going to accommodate the condition about, is your client going to submit proof to the Secretary's office that they've been fixed, or,
We can certainly do that.
well, I mean, how else are we going to know?
Yeah, that's fine. We'll submit pictures and a statement. Does that work?
Yeah, didn't we get them already? But it's okay.
I think you may have gotten something already,
Yeah.
but we're happy to.
All right, but yeah, they want more new pictures, get new pictures.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Next item is 2734, Union Grand Corp.
Good afternoon. My name is Marek Shved. I'm here on behalf of Union Grand Corp. Delhi. The application was submitted and we expedited it.
Where's your client?
He had some emergency. I couldn't. We actually emailed asking if this was necessary. He wanted to be here. Just
You emailed who?
licensing, asking if the presence was mandatory.
See, this place has some significant history. And I had a lot of questions that I'm not gonna be satisfied with your answers, such as the loan from his friend, where'd it come from, is it documented, how'd he get it, what's the interest, what's the payment plan, how are you paying, among other things about who he knows and who he doesn't know, which I'm sure you can't answer. So I'll put this over, or we can deny it and you can reapply, because he's on shaky ground as it is, so.
All right.
Because this place, I don't know if you're familiar with this history here, but we've disapproved at this location.
I'm familiar of derogatory history. I'm not privy to details. I was just informed there was a denial in the past.
There was a denial and because of a veiling, is that correct, Chris?
It's hard for me to even follow all this because there's been so many issues.
Yeah, there's just too many issues here. I need answers from him.
Okay, I'll appear again with
So
the
it's
applicant.
January 10th. Commissioner Ford, if you're okay with that?
January 10th, yes.
January 10th. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Same to you.
I don't have anything else signed in.
Yeah, we do.
No, I know, I'm just kidding.
Because what am I, chopped liver back there?
Terry, all day.
No, I don't know. You have
2769, Harama Entertainment Corp.
Maybe I'm going to let Chris explain to me how this ended
yeah,
here.
that's-
Well, let him put his name on the record.
Oh, yeah, Terry, please go ahead. It's fine.
This Harama that we're on?
Yeah.
My name is Terrence Flynn. I am the attorney for the licensee. This is an offer of compromise before you to resolve the charges.
Oh, what number is this?
2769.
Oh, I thought we were doing the other one.
It's okay.
Leave the pain for last.
No, it's okay. Oh.
I'll accept.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
2765, 66, and 67, NYCJBS LLC.
This is also an offer of compromise.
Oh, cancellation.
2567, you said?
65, 66, 67.
I'll accept.
You can accept.
I accept.
You're doing good so far. 2771 and 72.
This is an offer of compromise as well to resolve these charges.
I'll accept. We withdraw charge 1 in the first proceeding and charge 2 in the first proceeding at the request of counsel's office?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Yes, and I'll accept.
Accept.
2789, Mamaroneck Smith LLC.
Terry, if you want to put your name on the record.
Sure. My name is Terrence Flynn, and I am representing the licensing.
And just as a preliminary matter, Terry, it's my understanding based on our conversations that I know we've had some issue with any sort of conflict that may, because of my time. And you've said that there's a waiver and there's no issue there.
I appreciate the fact that you think that there's a potential for a conflict. I didn't see it, so therefore I have no problem in waiving.
And I appreciate that, Terry. And, just to be very clear to the board, because I just want to be very clear to make sure, and then I'll give a little background, and then obviously, Terry, I want to turn it to you. It's my understanding that right after this, it's your intent to grab somebody from my office and get on the phone with the judge in this matter?
We were told to do so.
Okay, then that's fine. Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear. So very quickly, giving some background, I know that there's probably some questions as to, or some disagreement as to some of the facts, et cetera, but this hasn't been tried. Obviously, this is a summary suspension, but you did bring in Article 78. To challenge that determination, you did go in front of a judge. I'll just say this from counsel's office, aside from violence.
Well, no, I want to start from how are we here?
Okay.
We did a summary, which in my mind was based on a rational basis. I understand he may have his argument it wasn't, but in my mind it was. You ended up in front of a judge asking for a stay of that.
Correct.
On an Article 78.
That's correct.
And the judge sent it back here for what purpose?
I think what the judge did is probably hold this over, expecting that, if that's fair, right, because I wasn't
Here's
there.
exactly what happened. The judge asked Ms. Abramski if she would consider certain circumstances for the reopening of the premise. Ms. Abramski answered immediately that she did not have the authority to do so.
And she did not.
I agree, 100%.
And would not.
And I agree, and I told the judge exactly that. It's not even possible. Who could make that decision? I said only the board can make that decision.
Well, no. A judge can make that decision.
No. She meant other than herself.
Yeah, but so we're all get on the same page here. I'm wondering why this is back here.
I'm just trying to tell you, and if you give me 30 seconds, I'll get to the punchline. So at that point in time, they asked, when's the next board meeting? It happened to be this Wednesday. The judge put the case over to Thursday, saying, I'm going to reserve decision, but I think it's best if you try and talk to each other and work out conditions for which you may want to reopen the premise, under which the authority would be happy reopening the premise. We had nothing else to say other than, okay, Your Honor, we'll do that. Both of us left there saying we'll talk to each other Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I was called Friday, said put reconsideration in writing. This is how we're here.
So she basically turned what amounted to a emergency action by this board into a quasi Article 78 in front of this board?
No,
Because that's the way I see it. I mean,
what I think I see happening here is that the judge had a decision in mind, decided to reserve that decision until Thursday, which is tomorrow, but hoped that maybe she wouldn't have to make that decision if we came to some agreement.
Well, I think she's probably paid this more than I am to make that decision. And I'd already made mine.
I'm just doing what I was.
So I mean, I guess and I'm not speaking for Commissioner Ford, but I guess the situation that I would reopen this place is with a new applicant, and that is completely unconnected to the former owners. I don't know whether it wasn't clear why we shut the place. I understand you disagree with it, but I went back and watched both videos yesterday, and I myself asked her, do you know Ben Pryor? And she told me, I only met him during negotiation for this. Then I asked her, how did you find out this was for sale? Oh, I heard it around. Now, it's obvious, based on the investigation that our people did, that she's known Ben Pryor for quite some time. There's pictures of her with Ben Pryor prior to our hearing. So then she files what amounts to a false, I don't know if that's a sworn statement on the second application, that indicated she didn't know him. So, I mean, are you going to come out, and I don't want you to lie for her, but are you going to tell me she didn't know him?
I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you exactly what I told the judge. I don't know who Ben Pryor is, okay? I asked her specifically in front of me if anybody from the previous establishment who was owner there, which is Mr. Pryor, as far as I can tell, has anything to do with this place. She told me absolutely.
That's not the question I asked her.
just let me finish. Then I asked her if she knew prior. She said only from what she described to you. That was put in an affidavit, an affirmation.
Am I incorrect that we have established that that is not correct?
As far as I know, yeah.
Then the summary suspension documents I saw referred to the fact that there might have been an undisclosed interest in the prior establishment, and that's who she has an affiliation with, who was a different gentleman.
Yes.
Altogether.
Who is also friendly with Ben Pryor.
All right, no, that part I understand. So what I did was I specifically asked again, does that person have any ownership interest in the previous application, the previous licensee? I was told no.
And that may be.
No,
But what I asked her was a different question.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not disputing.
Because, no, I know you're not disputing it, but that was a major concern, given the former history of this place, that we have licensed twice.
So let me just tell you where I'm coming from. I agree 100% in my opinion, which is worthless to you. But so you understand where I'm coming from. In my opinion, a hearing is absolutely necessary, and you brought charges, and I have zero problem with that. I don't think my personal opinion is I do not think that there's a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare by the operation of the premise. That's where we deviate in.
And if, should the judge review this tape, I'm going to tell you what my belief in the threat is. We opened this place twice. I directly asked her if she knew someone who was a former owner. When we opened the place previously, it became a danger to the safety, welfare of the community. She directly told me, no, she didn't know that guy, which leads me to believe that she knew if she'd answered yes, she wasn't getting a license because it was a danger to the welfare, safety of the community. Then she went and opened before she was ready to open. She had blocked exits, which you and I both know, and you've been in this business longer than I have, what that can turn into if the fire occurs. She had gas tanks, compressed gas tanks, that were not hooked up properly.
Again, I don't want to get into the merits because I think that we are eventually, one way or another, going to wind up at a hearing, so
I agree with you. My point is that if a judge doesn't think this is a risk to the safety and welfare of the community, for the record, I completely disagree with her. Because it's obvious what could happen here should one of those compressed gas tanks explode and an exit be blocked.
The only thing you're not aware of, probably, just so you are aware, is that 2 days later, the fire department came in and inspected the premise and everything was corrected. But again, I don't
That's great that it's corrected, but the thing they couldn't correct is the fact that she's lying to me. My point is, I guess, that this judge is put in a position to make these decisions. If she reopens this place, I disagree that there's not a rational basis to close it here. I think I had a full rational basis. I don't even think this was a close call, and we've had them. But this wasn't one. But if she decides that she disagrees with me, so be it. But we already made our decision. I made mine. I don't know where he is.
Yeah. I don't take issuing emergency suspension orders lightly, you know. When we have to do something like that, that's pretty drastic as far as I'm concerned. I've heard nothing here at all today that makes me think I maybe didn't make the right decision.
And I just want to note on the record, just as an addition, that it's my understanding that the applicant has also, in the interim between the court hearing the last time, I believe it was on 12/15, failed to appear for an interview as requested in front of the authority. I don't know.
I know of no interview. I didn't see that in any of the cancellation paper, the summary suspension papers or anything else. I saw nothing where someone asked anybody to come in.
And I don't want.
Clearly, if it was, I would have came in.
And I'm not going to ask, but it appears that she wasn't serving food the night she was open.
That again.
And she came in here and told us she was going to be a serious restaurant.
And again, you know what? I don't want to comment too much on that, but I think you're wrong on that point. And again, look, your job is to protect the community. I fully understand that. Believe me, I understand that. My job, unfortunately, in this case, is to fight like hell.
No, and you should.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with you fighting for. What I have a problem with, and it's not you or what you're doing. It's that it ended up back here. I think
I would have much rather the decision one way or the other.
Right, and I think Ms. Obremski was clear in her papers, which I'm assuming she said, Individuals not approved by the authority to operate a bar strikes at the very heart of the authority's core licensing and regulatory mission. I asked her point blank, do you know this guy? Because you can't know him and own this place. And she told me no. That was it for me. And then she signed another thing that said she didn't either.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to,
Well, when I watch this tape, because you come in here and I don't believe for a second you've ever lied to me, and I don't think you're lying to me today. The guy that represented her on the first case, who wasn't her representative on the second, he sat here and told me she didn't know her either. And that's another guy that comes in here and does not lie to me, because she lied to him.
well, I'll say one thing. When I asked her specifically the question, she looked me right in the eye.
I bet she did.
And I'm telling you right now.
But she looked me in the eye. I know that feeling.
I honestly believe her. Now,
I did too at the time.
a hearing is the only way we're going to.
I know, and that's where we'll go. And the judge, I'm sure the judge is going to do what she's going to do. I think she wasted everybody's time here for not wanting to decide it. I mean, we send, we know you're going to go get a stay, and frequently you get them. That's the way it is.
But as I told counsel, this was not where I wanted to be.
I know.
Yeah.
So you can go back. You can go back and get. You guys can go get on the phone.
Yeah. All right. I have one other case.
That's the only one I had signed in.
Excuse me?
I don't have anything else signed in.
I'm sorry, I had community household. I'm sorry, I apologize. It's a default based upon a late notice to the community board on a renewal.
What number?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Community, you said?
Community house.
That's 2730.
I'll accept. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's a default.
It's a default.
$1,000.
And for the record, this is the bar that's down underneath my office.
So $1,000, once you figure out what you're going to do with the judge, you can go
I
down
can
there and
tell you,
start
I
paying
can-
off that $1,000.
I can tell you right now, they'll take that $1,000 offer.
$1,000.
Again, I'm sorry for the aggravation.
No, you didn't do
caused
it.
Today, and,
You didn't do it.
Just do it.
That's why we have these lawyers that are supposed to be going to court, so I don't have to deal with this.
Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
You too.
Same to you.
Thanks very much.
All right. Are we ready to move forward?
Yeah. Oh, is this your case now, Tom?
Well, no, I was the attorney on the Mamaroneck case.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I thought it was Alexandra.
I was in Albany. Yeah. All right, so.
What's the number, Tom?
The next item is 2684.
Refueling.
$1,000.
1,000 it is.
2686.
6,000?
6,000.
2687 and 91. This was held over to the 10th.
87,
Yeah.
91?
It's one item together. 2688.
3,000?
Yes,
Just-
3,000, yep.
Just opened.
2689.
I'll accept.
Accept.
2690.
Cancel and bond, accept. Or cancel and penalty, accept.
Cancel and penalty, accept.
2692.
Accept.
6,000, accept.
2701.
Revoke for the record.
It's got a bond claim though, right? Nope. 2701?
2701, right. It should say the bond's not available.
Oh, it doesn't say that. Mine says revoke plus bond claim. All right.
It's just the maximum penalty.
Okay.
2702.
$1,000.
$1,000.
2703.
Accept.
9,000, accept.
2704.
Accept.
2,500, accept.
2706.
Accept.
5,000, accept.
2707.
Accept.
3,500, accept.
2708.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2709.
3,000?
Yes.
3,000? Yep.
2710.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond? Yep.
2711.
1,500.
1,500.
2712 has been adjourned to the 10th. 2713 was adjourned to the 10th. 2716.
Accept.
5,500 accept.
2717.
Accept.
What is there to accept here? Oh,
Oh, recon?
revoke?
What'd I do?
Revoke
Well,
27?
grant the recon to accept the 6,500 only.
Okay.
6,500. Recon accepted.
2718, 19, 20, and 21.
Accept.
Accept.
2722.
Okay to adopt the rules.
Okay to adopt the rules.
2723.
Recon, I'll accept the recon to accept 5,500. The memo said cartons and it should have said packs. So it wasn't as many cigarettes as I had been led to believe.
5,500.
2726.
Accept.
10,000 accept?
2726.
Yes, 10,000 accept.
So you're granting recon.
This is reconsideration, so
Yeah, accept the recon to accept the 10,000.
10,000, okay. 2727 and 2728.
Accept.
5,500 accept.
2729.
Just want to note
Is
that,
cat's a narcotic, isn't it?
there you go.
Because that's what my question was, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a cancel and bond.
Which one was that? It was 20.
728.
Wait, you back to 2728?
No, it's
29.
29.
29.
All right, so 29,
Cancel and bond.
Commissioner?
Yep.
Okay. 2738.
Accept.
1,500 accept.
2739.
Accept. That's the last one.
That's the, yeah.
Accept.
2740.
1,500.
It's the third time they've been late. 740, 1,500, yeah.
2745.
3,500.
You said 3,500?
Yes.
3,500.
2746.
5,000.
5,000.
2747.
6,000.
6,000 it is.
2748.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2749.
Accept.
2754.
Accept.
Accept.
2755.
Accept.
Accept.
2756.
Accept.
Accept.
2757.
Accept.
500 accept.
2773.
Accept.
Accept.
2775.
Accept.
Accept.
2776.
I'll accept only because of their 10-year good history suspension.
2776 is a default.
Default.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sale to minor. 3,000.
3,000. I got the wrong one.
2778.
I don't have that one. I'll accept.
Accept.
2779.
Accept because of the 10-year good history suspension starts on the day they receive your letter.
1,000 accepted.
2780.
1,500.
1,500.
2781.
3,000.
3,000, yep.
2783.
1,000.
1,000.
2784.
2,000.
2,000, accept.
2785.
I'll accept them, the changes.
Changes accepted.